thank you all for being here. I think some other folks will join us as time goes on. We have a quorum of our presenters. One of our presenters, the last presenter in the panel session, Jeff Murray, is frantically driving at high speed from Pittsburgh to be here with us. Steve Hurtt said that he would take care of any moving violations along the route, so I encouraged him to drive as quickly as he possibly could. This is a wonderful occasion. It's a joyous occasion. It's the celebration of an academic and professional career of one of our most beloved faculty members and former dean, Steven Hurtt. It is particularly meaningful to me, and certainly to members of his family that are here, and to many of the people on the panel, well, to all of the people on the panel, because the panelists have all intersected with Professor Hurtt at some point in time in their academic careers. So this will be a very interesting opportunity to reflect on the great things that Professor Hurtt has done. So what we're going to do this afternoon is on the screen. You can see I'm doing a brief introduction, and I'm already well into it. I just want to introduce our presenters that are with us at the moment. The first presenter will be Pablo Giraldes right here. Pablo is this year's Key Distinguished Visiting Professor. The second presenter will be Joe Burns, seated over here. Joe is a past Key Distinguished Visiting Professor. I'll mention that Pablo is a graduate of the University of Maryland's graduate program and former colleague, taught with us for many years here and is now in Buenos Aires and heading up urban regeneration in the city of Buenos Aires. And Joe is a past student of Steve Hurtt's from Notre Dame, went on to MIT to become a structural engineer, and now is a principal in the office of Thornton Tomasetti in Chicago, one of the world's premier structural engineering firms. Worked also with Myron Goldsmith, as I recollect, and Fazlur Khan back in those years when I was at SOM, and he used to keep me sane there. I keep looking ahead. So we also have with us today B.D. Wortham-Gathen over here, who I can't go, Dr. Gathen has so many different degrees I can't go into, but at least two of them are from the University of Maryland, and we're very proud of that. She's also a colleague and taught here at the University of Maryland, and is now at Clemson and heads up their center in Charleston, and you've all battened down the hatches there and you're back into action again, so that's good to hear. Also, Katie O'Meara, seated right here. Katie is a faculty member at MICA, former student of Steve Hurtt's from University of Notre Dame, and currently teaches at MICA and also has a degree in geography, and we'll see, and landscape. So we'll see that in a little bit. And then finally, on the introductions of people that are here, Marcus King over here. Marcus, known to many of us, a fairly recent graduate of the program. Marcus is, I would say, an urban activist. He is currently, he was here in the DC area for a long while after he graduated from our MArch program, and went back to his native Detroit to help to save the city. And all the recent things I see posted by Marcus are really fantastic. Joining us in a bit will be Jeff Murray. Jeff is a past student of Steve's from Notre Dame and from also the Catholic University summer program. Just to let you know, Steve has taught at a lot of different places, but the places that he probably intersects with most students are the University of Notre Dame, my alma mater, and then he taught also at Catholic University in its almost mythical summer program over many years with myself, 10 years with myself, David Sasha out there, other people that intersected in that program, and of course people like Tom Schumacher, our beloved colleague, who's no longer with us. And then what we'll do is that we'll do that session, and then we'll move into a panel discussion, a brief panel discussion where people get to speculate, maybe say some nice things about Steve along the way. And then we'll have Steve have the last word, and he'll give us a chance to put all of this back into some kind of context. He's really good with context. Invented it, basically. That will wrap up things, and then we'll have a brief reception, pizza and whatnot. And then tomorrow, just so everybody knows, tomorrow, this evening, after we leave, the Great Space is going to be left it pretty much devoid of any chairs. So when you get up and leave, we ask you to stack your chairs back over there. And tomorrow this is going to be set up for a banquet. And starting at 6 p.m. there's going to be a gala that will allow a lot of people to come in and see Steve and congratulate him about his achievements in his career. There'll be a dinner in the great space and some cocktails as well in the great space. And then following that, there'll be an opportunity to have some serious reflections on the career of Steve Hurtt. Professor Bell and I have prepared a paper on that particular topic. And then we can give continuing education credits for those of you who are registered architects. It definitely covers health, safety, welfare. And then after that, our very own Don Leinbau, who's right over here, the dean of the school, will make some remarks. And one of the reasons we'll be gathering tomorrow evening is also to celebrate Steve and his wife Carol. Both Carols are there today. Don't do that to me again. Last time you did that to me in Rome, that was shocking. Steve and Carol have created an endowment that will send students abroad in perpetuity, students from the School of Architecture, Planning and Preservation. And this is such a great thing that we're gonna applaud them. Don't say anything to destroy that. We're gonna.
You don't get to go in perpetuity. You only get to go for a little while.
No, in perpetuity, the fund will exist. Oh, jeez, I'm always thinking that way. It should be in perpetuity, right? Yeah. But let's applaud this incredible, very large gift to all of us. And then Steve and Carol have an opportunity to make any corrections to the program that might have existed before them, both today and tomorrow evening. And then we're going to conclude with, I've been looking forward to this for years. We're going to be concluding with a musical selection that's going to be provided by Eric Hurtt, Michael Hurtt, and Brian Hurtt. They're going to be set up over at that end of the great space. I understand the music's going to be fantastic. I've been hearing about this for 43 years, this kind of stuff. So I'm looking forward to hearing what this is all about. Without any further ado, I'm going to sit down and be quiet and ask Pablo Heraldez to come up and start us off on the first presentation.
This is to break the ice. Yeah. Well, good to hear you. Really happy to have this opportunity. Not so happy about being the first, but somebody has to be the first. I want to thank the school for the great opportunity, first to be the key professor this year. When I see the names on the list, I kind of freak out because really masters of architecture of the 20th century, and I'm here. So thank you for this gift. And when Brian said, okay, the same week you're coming, we have this tribute. Would you like to be a presenter? And I've been freaking out since that day, so it's like a month of what I'm going to say, because it's kind of, okay, personal history, a lot of ideas and my experiences all together in only 20 minutes, or maybe less, because I try to bring it down to the list. So the thing is, I was here as a student. I graduated 21 years ago as a post-professional degree from Argentina. I was quite old at that time. I was 42 years when I graduated. But I just restarted my professional life, or I wanted to do that by coming to Maryland, and it kind of worked. So here's the experience from Buenos Aires to College Park and back. And I wanted to start showing some curious things that I showed at my thesis, which was a video of Buenos Aires and Washington. And one thing that people in Washington might not know is that Buenos Aires and Washington don't share an obelisk in their central space. Their capitals look similar. They're located in a combination of diagonals and civic spaces. So they have this brotherhood of republican capitals of the world based on the same urban ideas or a basic agreement or what kind of cities they want to be. Buenos Aires is like a city with a civic center in it, and Washington is more like a civic center with a city around it. It's like in scale and in the way each one of these groups of diagonals and alineations of monuments and public buildings work is similar in the basic idea, but in Buenos Aires, these public spaces, diagonals, and the axis between the president's office and the Capitol had to be carved in the fabric, the same as this huge Avenida 9 de Julio, which is curiously the same length as the mall, but instead of being bookended by gray monuments, it's bookended by spaghetti of highways and a highway ramp. But what my point for this introduction is these cities were built for several years with some agreements about how cities work, what city form means for people, and how architects, planners, public officers, public officials work for the good of the people, trying to create urban form that suits society at large. But then, for a while, in the middle of the century, these ideas changed radically, and obviously we know what happened all over the world. Modern architecture took over, and in Argentina, I was going to show you here, curiously, this is a quadrant of the city that in the 1950s it was proposed to be erased, such as the, forward, like the Birra Diez scheme, they want to erase the city in that part and put something like this. So I didn't study in this vertical campus, which was Universidad Belgrano in the 90s, but I taught there, because at some point they thought the best way to put a campus together in Buenos Aires was to do a tower. It works pretty well, actually. So there was, in Buenos Aires, obviously, there's a much stronger modern architecture consensus, and because the fabric is so tight, it works much better than maybe some other attempts in other cities in the world. But at some time in history, this paradigm ceased to function. Basically, before it didn't work, because it didn't work really for people or societies, or they were destroying the social fabric they were trying to help. And what happens when a paradigm dies is some people start to think about the basic assumptions of how you teach architecture, how you design the city, how architects relate to society, and what it means to produce architecture in a big social context. And now I'm going to bring the memories of two people who are kind of responsible of me being here today, which are Juan Bonta, which was also a great educator from Argentina. What is he? He was, I think he was born in Hungary, or was son of a Hungarian. Then he was in Argentina for a long time, and he was a close friend of Alfonso Corral Martinez, who was my teacher. And then I taught with Corral Martinez for like 20 years before coming to America. And what they had in common, and they researched and taught together for a long time, and they were questioning the same assumptions, excuse me. They were questioning the modern architecture assumptions, maybe from within, like many architects of that time were doing. And I know that Colin Rowe might be quoted today at least a couple of times, or he's kind of present in this room, because so many of the students and followers are here, and so many of us have read his work. But it was interesting. What I want to point out is at the same time, in Argentina, we had people who, within a modern paradigm, were trying to understand what really was going on with design, with teaching, with design process, which is a very big topic of the 60s and the 70s, with semiotics, or the meaning of architecture. So I'm putting quotes of both of them, because what they did is they were really to the very core of some of these assumptions. So Bonta was saying, what does it mean, semiotics in architecture? How do architects do interpretations of their buildings, or the large public, or the critics do interpretation? to get to a point where you could really understand what was going on when you put together a work of architecture in the world. And Corrado Martinez was doing something similar in a different aspect. He was saying, okay, we architects work through representations. We do drawings, we do models, and our relationship to architecture is through representation. So we need to understand exactly how architects and students and the rest of the people understand the architectural object through representation. Because most of us don't see the buildings in the flesh. So in those years in Belgrano, I was helping some research that was very interesting to participate in, where this is a diagram that Alfonso put together to show how students approach the architectural object, which is out there in the world, through magazines, through drawings, through other means of representation, but they start kind of far away from the actual object. So our role as teachers is to help them approach the reality of architecture by different ways, so they don't get hooked on representation, or they understand what representation can do for them. And then, at the same time, and this is comparable to what that was being done in Cornell this year, they were trying to understand what happened with the city through design research. So in Belgrano, we did, during 10 years, there were students' exercises, try to understand how the urban form related to codes, to typology, and the fabric of the city. So that was my background before coming to America. And then I'm going to start putting together, to prepare the lecture, I said, okay, I'm going to read again all of what I read from Steve, and try to relate Steve's writings from the 80s, and see what relationship they could have with what happened with my experience at Maryland, and the actual work I was involved with. None of the work I'm going to show is my personal work, but it's a participation in different teams, or maybe in the practice of architecture, where maybe my thinking was, okay, is Steve's systematization of the Conan Rowe or L Studio is a good one, then it should maybe prophesize or foresee what could be done with all these instruments. Steve was mostly talking about the studio. He was saying, okay, the critic is the one who sets the studio. He conveys theory through whatever he chooses to teach and how he chooses to teach it. But then, if it's good, it should survive the proof of time, and it should be taken into the real world and affect the real practice and the real events of how architects and students and faculty interact with the world. So I said, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring some quotes from Conjectures on Urban Form, which is obviously a great text and a very hard to read and follow, but it has a very, very strong concepts, and I try to distill the very essence of that to see if I was involved in something that would represent fleshing out these ideas. The good thing about, I had a very short program here, that 1 year, even it was 9 months, because from September 1997 to May 1998 it wasn't even 1 year long, and I said, okay, I'm out of here, what am I going to do? I want to stay in America, I want to maybe practice, see if there's more out there, and I was lucky enough to be invited to teach a few studio courses, drawing, which I had never taught in my life. But I was lucky to have very talented TAs who helped me do it. And I used a few slides from the library. And actually, it was fun for me because I realized that I had so much in common with the faculty here, and the basic assumptions and the basic training, that it wasn't very hard to catch up and start kind of running at the same pace. But then there were more opportunities. And all of a sudden we had this great Italian friend, Leo Barone, who was coming from Napoli, a very energetic guy, and he brought one of the best projects that the school has ever had, which is the Restoring Ancient Stabia project. And since we needed teams to start bringing the students into Stabia in the winter and summer programs, Matt and Steve Sachs and Steve Hurtt were so generous to invite me to be part of the very first one. So I say, well, let's see this quote from Steve. is, okay, we need, if these tools are okay, Steve says, well, we should be able to go into the world and try them in a context and fight the fight there. And I remember how the guys from Castellammare were not totally happy with our scheme because what they wanted is to bring cars into the city. They didn't want the train station to be turned into a nice street with a square and a garden, etc. They wanted more cars into the city because everybody wanted to drive at any time of the day. But this struggle is a struggle that went on and it keeps going on in Stabia and in many other parts of the world. And not only in Stabia, but even back in Argentina, I was really soon invited to participate on the master plan for a big district outside of Buenos Aires, one of the highest growing districts in the 90s. It grown like 2 times the population, but it was growing very bad. So what we decided to do is we don't want to just go lecture the city authorities and the people about what needs to be done with the city. Let's have them participate in a charrette that I just started training in charrettes here in DC and in Maryland. But I said, okay, let's do a charrette. And they said, well, but it's going to be 50 people in this charrette. Okay, let's do 50 people. Yeah, but most of them are not architects. Okay, so what we did is we had 50 people are we okay? Sorry. And we were drawing, some people were untrained or some were just architects, they had never done urban design, but it was amazing to see how these tools that we've been talking about and trying to sharpen for such a long time were pretty useful to convey how the city form really could adapt to the changes and what could be saved or what could be restored of what was already there. And then, because I had to make a living also, I got a job in a couple of design firms. Some of the firms that were doing the work for developers in the area, and developers in the area were mostly, by that time, because in the early 2000s, Washington had not become as urban as it looks today, and it's full of new architecture, etc. At that time, were mostly, some of them were suburban developers who were used to very strange buildings in the outskirts of the city, but they were not really willing to create buildings that would come to create urban space or to complete sectors. So, but then because of the land, because the land was there and the opportunities were there, we found ourselves doing this building. This is a building in Crystal City. Oh, I forgot to say that with this practice in Castellammare and other projects that we reported, we started also interacting with the Congress for New Urbanism, which many of you are members, and we're trying to support the principles. The Center for Smart Growth is here in Maryland, was the first center, I think, in America for smart growth. So it was good to know that we could also receive awards from the CNU, because that meant not only that the projects were interesting, but there was some really good assumption that we were putting together that worked well. And the same happened with this, maybe at first glance, strange building, which is a building by SK&I in Bristol City. And it was a wrapper building all around 2 existing modern towers from the 60s to create urban space. And the curious thing about this kind of project that we were doing in that time is that the basic design of the building, the footprint, which is the liner here, and again, there's a quote by the prophecy by Steven Hurtt, which is that the linear building is an architecture mediator between fields and that can create some opportunity for overlaps, etc., kind of works as a basic declaration of the principles of what the building was doing. Here's the tip of the modern towers from the 60s, and this is the linear building. I think this is the longest facade I've ever designed, more than 500 feet long. And it was a great challenge because the footprint of the building was created in a design charrette by the city officials and the design team. They wanted to create a street edge, but they also wanted the street edge to have stoops and steps and to have a scale to go with the street, which not many buildings were doing at the time in the area. And this building, again, got an award from the CNU and from the AAPC because it started to solve some of the big problems that the city had at the time. I mean, lately I was reading about the second headquarters for Amazon in Crystal City, and sometimes this building is quoted because it creates some kind of street atmosphere that wasn't there before. Going on with the experience, this is another project in Bethesda. This is at the end of Bethesda Road. It was called at the time Lot 31. That now has a couple of fancy names for the different components. But this was the end of a new kind of development when they finally America started to abandon the idea of everything commercial had to be a shopping mall with air conditioning. They started to recreate urban streets, and Bethesda, one of the first and most successful of these projects, and the firm had the opportunity to complete the composition by doing this couple of blocks at the end. And again, the prophecy here, you turn into the prophet. Now I turn into the... No, but the idea is, obviously all of this was part, everybody knows where these quotes come. They come from the Cornell Journal of Architecture, where all the work of the design studio, urban design studio of Cornell were put together. And the idea was, it was very complex because it was more than 20 years of work, or almost 20 years of work, and the work had changed along these 20 years. They started with variations on urban or on modern urbanism and architecture footprints, and it turned into something more like Roma Interrota, like Noni plans, etc. So somebody had to put together all these ideas and to explain why things were one way or the other, and to extract some principles from there. So I think that's the merit of the work that Steve did there. And I think by doing this, when he came to Maryland, he was able to produce a teaching environment, an academic environment where not only these principles could be applied, but he would establish an open matrix of learning and teaching. Because what we know from then, from the early 20s, is that world problems have gotten much worse. Environmental problems are coming really into the foreground. We cannot only solve all of this by manipulating urban form. But I think because of the practice most of us acquired by doing these exercises and by creating this mind frame, we're much more open to different solutions, to different approaches. And here in Maryland, there was obviously not only Steve, but a great faculty that I met, and they were kind of warriors of the urban wars, each one of them with their own tools and weapons. No, let's not talk about war, but conflict. I see right there. And they were actually, when I was in the studio for one semester, they were giving them very hard critics. But I said, okay, well, this is what I need to learn. But each one of them had their own background. And here in Maryland, in those years where Steve was, which were my years, when Steve was the dean, I could appreciate all this diversity of approaches, but a common goal, which was really shared. And this is just some more images of all this hybrid building or hybrid building that happened in Bethesda that were the means that were found to complete the whole composition. Okay, after that I moved back to Argentina. I kept coming back every now and then to visit or to do some charrettes with the firm that I was working on. But since then, and since 3 years ago, I started working with the national government in Argentina, and then since last year, I'm working for the city government of Buenos Aires. So not only I was able, because of the opportunities and the experience that I acquired here in Maryland, I was able to do some good or have decent urban design and architecture when I was here, but going back, I was able to kind of experience all of the departments of the school, because I've been doing urban planning, and lately the most surprising thing is I've been doing historic preservation, because my area in Argentina is in charge of doing historic preservation of some of the most important historic buildings in Argentina. So a kind of a last reward for all these years in the ground and doing different kinds of things. I'm in charge of public space in Buenos Aires, and this drawing is the old historical National Park Zoo that is we're working on restoring a lot of interesting eclectic architecture pieces, but also bringing it to the 21st century as a research institution for the conservation of wild species. So I'm kind of doing a little bit of everything in this project. But the most interesting thing, and maybe everything goes back to Rome, is that there is a small replica of the Temple of Hercules in this National Zoo. And it was the place where the young mothers went to breastfeed their kids when the zoo was opened in the 1900s. And now it's been turned into the library, where all the collections of the zoo are now. Of the old historical collection of the city zoo are now. But I'm going to end it with a very familiar note, which is my grandfather on my mother's side used to be the director of the zoo for 20 years. So my mother lived in the zoo for a long time, so it's a big family history. But not only that, but my great-grandfather on the other side was the city mayor of Buenos Aires, where this pavilion was built. So I have the honor now of being in charge of restoring this interesting Roman piece in the middle of Buenos Aires, which was built in the time my great-grandfather was the mayor. So this comes like full circle, and here's my final quote of Steve's text. So certainly the projects illustrated here and the conjectures and reputations they have supported have brought us closer to the understanding of the limits and potentials of that urban form that is our inheritance. So for me it is a good closing for my brief lesson lecture, but thank you, Steve. Thank you all for your participation.
Now we have to find my PowerPoint. Oh, a lot of people here. How do we advance it? Just talk about this machine. That one. Okay, great. Well, thank you. As Brian mentioned, I'm Joe Byrne, and one of Steve's first students, as it turns out. Doing a little bit of research on Steve, preparing for this, I had no idea that he showed up at Notre Dame the same year I did. I showed up as a freshman in 1973, and Steve showed up as also a freshman, but as a junior faculty member, and became one of my teachers and mentors over the years. And in talking to Steve about what I could possibly talk about today, he said there will be a lot of students here, and he was right. It's good to see you all here. And he said, it would be good to talk a little bit about how you got to where you are for their benefit. I think I'm paraphrasing maybe what you told me, but so I've assembled some things, woven Steve into it, and but just to reiterate what Brian in his brief introduction, it's great to be back. It's been about 15 years since I've been here. I had to figure out what year it was that I was a K professor, but it was 2005, and then I was here for a period of time. I think Steve invited me first back in the mid-90s, and I would keep showing up and Steve was always surprised to see me, but Amy Gardner kept inviting me back to the integrated studio. I'm sorry, Amy isn't here. She told me she's traveling or teaching in another place temporarily, but she's not here, but I would like to have seen her. So my evolution as an architect and engineer, well, there it is. How did I start? Burns Plastering in Columbus, Ohio. My father was a plasterer, my grandfather was a plasterer, and I grew up loving buildings, but I had no idea what an architect or an engineer was. I got admitted to Notre Dame and really couldn't decide what I was going to study other than I was interested in this area of construction, and luckily found out that the architecture department was part of the College of Engineering back then. And so there it is, Columbus, Ohio, when I grew up, had one tall building. in a very interesting town. And I grew up in the Midwest, and Chicago was our big city in the Midwest, and of course, ultimately, not surprisingly, migrated there over the years. But so 45 years ago, I started out at Notre Dame in the Bachelor of Architecture program, 5-year program, and this gentleman, Ambrose Richardson, who was chairman of the architecture department, and he taught the intro to architecture class, my first class I took in architecture. And he, along with several others, Steve tells me the following year, Steve started teaching this class. But one of the interesting things I remember from that class was he looked at us all, and there were about 110 of us, I think, in the class. He said, you know, not all of you aren't going to become architects, but this is a great education. I hope you stick with it, because I hope one of you will be a bank president. Because we need more architect bank presidents. Because we don't have very many of them out there. And he went on to, started thinking about all of several of us have gone on to do other things and architecture. So I'm an architect engineer, but I know a number of urban planners, urban designers, architect acusticians, architect educators, of course. And it was one of the things I think Ambrose did more than anything was encourage me to stay with architecture, but branch out into engineering. And it's something that Steve did too for me, so I appreciate that. There's Steve.
Oh, God.
This took a while to find, but I found it. In one of the Notre Dame yearbooks has this picture. So, assistant professor Steve Hurtt, and that's how I remember him back then. And so the other thing I think that we can credit Ambrose Richardson with hiring Steve. So we thank Ambrose for that too. And he hired a very wide-ranging mix of people. I saw Norm Crow here today somewhere. And there's Norm, another one of the people that Ambrose hired. And we had a great faculty back then. I learned a lot from everyone. One of the other things that Ambrose did was invite this guy to give a lecture when I was a sophomore. It was 1974. I remember it like it was yesterday. Fazlur Khan is one of the greatest structural engineers of the 20th century. Sadly died too young at 52. But I still remember, he was probably the first engineer I saw talk, so that's starting pretty well in the world of listening to people. But I still remember the lecture not as that he talked so much about engineering, but he talked about the buildings he designed collaboratively with others. This particular case was him and Bruce Graham designing the Hancock Tower in Chicago, which is my favorite building. I think it's sort of akin in Chicago to the Parisians' love for their Eiffel Tower. It sort of represents the spirit and the poetry of Chicago. In any event, that was a collaboration. And he talked about art and culture. He was working on the Sears Tower. You know, this guy was in his early 40s at the time. He was already, you know, sort of the top engineer in the world. He also talked about designing the Hajj terminals in Saudi Arabia, which was, you know, got designed in the 60s, built in the 70s. Probably one of the most sustainable buildings on the planet, considering there's no air conditioning. It's a big sunshade for temporary housing the Hajj pilgrims going to Mecca. And so that sort of inspired me to want to sort of follow and certainly work for him someday. Rome, Steve's obviously been to Rome and taught there. This was probably the most important part of my education, and Steve supporting people, Steve and Carol, supporting people for doing that is incredible. I'm sure you've heard this from many people. It's absolutely the most important part of my education was the year I spent in Rome. It's our class, learned to draw and do watercolor there, and of course learned a love for Roman structure and how integrated it is with their architecture. I returned to Notre Dame for my 4th year and had Steve for a studio where I actually used some clay. I told Steve I'd find this somewhere in my in my archives, and I modeled this is a renovation of the Chicago Public Library, which is now the Cultural Center in Chicago. And I learned how to shape clay back then, and actually went on to do more ceramic work after that. I also took a theory seminar with Steve, and the thing that stuck in my memory from that, and you probably wonder from time to time, Steve, what sticks in people's memories from all the years? You never know. Well, here's, I'm going to tell you. The beer can by the highway, which is, of course, a memorable title anyway, but the famous essay by Kaunhoven. What I remembered about it was this intermix of the grid, democracy, jazz, tall buildings, and the beautiful sky views and vistas of New York and Chicago, of the high-rise mountains that are there. And there's a number of other issues that he raises and interwoves into what is America about Americans. So I managed to, but I didn't have the copy, and I knew the sort of memory of the name of it, but I managed to find it in the New York Public Library a few years ago when I was in New York, and made a copy of it. But it was this real interesting mix, because ultimately I've lived in Chicago. I've been involved in the design of the Chicago frame, the so-called Chicago frame, of the gridiron frame, in a number of gridded locations like Chicago and other parts of the Midwest. And of course, I grew up in learning about the great grid that's set across America. Of course, I grew up living in that. So 40 years ago, I finished Notre Dame and followed my future wife to MIT, and ended up doing a double master's in both architecture and engineering. And again, it was something that, because I had this program at Notre Dame at the time where I took all my engineering classes with the engineers, and that transcript allowed me to get right into MIT's Master's in Engineering program. Once I was there, I applied to the architecture school, and I was there for about 3 years. This is actually married in my apartment on MIT's campus overlooking downtown Boston. We were lucky to get that. It was some of my ceramics that I did while I was a student at Notre Dame. And before I went to graduate school at MIT, I got a summer job with Bill Lemeasure, who is one of the great structural engineers another great structural engineers in the 20th century. And I was fortunate to get to know him, took his class at Harvard, and ultimately worked, you'll hear later, with him later in life. But Bill, I had no idea in 1978 that Bill was in the midst of his own crisis of the Citicorp building. And I don't know how many of you know about the Citicorp building, but it's a classic case of engineering ethics, of someone discovering something wrong with building design, and he needed to put his hand up and say, "You got to fix this." And he went to an insurance carrier, and it's a great story. It's in the New Yorker. If you just Google Bill Lemeasure and the New Yorker article, you'll pop up, and it's an incredible read about this particular time in life. The actual article came out many years later, but because they kept it secret for a long time. But what I didn't know at the time was, while I was working just as a drafter for the company, he was going through this sort of great crisis in 1978. Excuse me. Then that fall, I went to work at MIT as a research assistant for another one of my mentors, like Steve. Jim Becker, I've kept in contact with over the years. Jim had a research project in Venezuela that I worked on, and then actually ultimately did my research, and I did my master's thesis on. But it's a series of precast panel buildings that we engineered for earthquake engineering. So I really flipped gears in terms of going from architectural design studies to structural engineering. And it was fascinating to keep my feet in both these worlds. When I finished with MIT, I got a job at SOM, got a chance to work with Fazl Khan on this particular project in Los Angeles, which had earthquake engineering, which is, I didn't think I'd use that again moving to Chicago, but it turns out earthquake engineering is needed in many parts of the world. And sadly, Fazl Khan died maybe 8 months after I started at SOM. He had a heart attack. He was working in this particular building at the time. It would have been the tallest building in the world for Chicago, with a sort of tube-in-tube nested super frame. Did not get built, but it's great to have been fortunate to have worked with him for a little bit and got to know what that was like. But it was sort of time to move on, and fortunately I got more really good experience as working as an engineer at SOM, collaborating with architects. This is a project I ended up being a project engineer for. And the other thing that happened is I got to know Myron Goldsmith. Myron was a design partner at SOM, but he was also a structural engineer, so clearly somebody that I wanted to understand how he got to where he did. He did his thesis with Mies van der Rohe at IIT on the effects of scale, the whole notion that structures have a scale to them, that you don't just take a suspension bridge and Xerox enlarge it to 10 times as big, that there are certain scales of structure that are appropriate to the scale of the building or bridge you're trying to build. And so he built a notion of that through either tall buildings or bridges. He invited me to teach at IIT. That was my first opportunity really to teach just on Saturdays, working with students, helping them engineer some of their projects. He also introduced me to David Billington, who taught at Princeton, one of Steve's students, Steve's faculty from when he went to school there. David and Myron started a group called the Committee on Aesthetics for Engineers. It's not so common for engineers to talk about issues like that, and so it was nice to find like friends. They asked me to set up a conference, or rather a session at a conference on tall building aesthetics, and I through that met people like Charlie Thornton, who, as you'll see on the list, is someone ultimately I ended up working with years later. But Myron and people like Joe Colasso. So it was a great opportunity for a young engineer like me to meet some of the great engineers that were out there. So finally, about 35 years ago, I was finally registered as both an architect and engineer. And my wife and I decided to move to Indianapolis, take a little time off from both SOM and also sort of hardcore engineering. And this gentleman, Evans Woolen from Indianapolis, offered me a partnership with his firm to do both architecture and engineering, which seemed ideal. And I did that for several years. I worked on things like the Indianapolis Children's Museum, a lot of smaller projects, but ultimately missed Chicago and missed larger buildings. And SOM offered me my job back, and ultimately not just went back to Chicago, but went to London and led their structural group in London and worked on projects like Canary Wharf, which fit in, unlike most of London's city plan, it actually fits on a grid. And it was, of course, designed by Bruce Graham and others in Chicago. But it sits on a grid not because it was forced, but because it sits atop the Victorian docks that were in a giant grid. And one could argue it's one of the first transportation systems. Overbuilds, now we see so many overbuilds of rail yards, but this was actually an overbuild of a disused wharf on the Isle of Dogs. So that was an incredible experience and change in scale for me. I did that for about 3 years until 1991. And then in order to return to Chicago, rather than go to somewhere else in the world, I decided to leave SOM and started a practice for Build a Measure in Chicago, doing consulting engineering rather than doing collaborative architecture engineering like a firm like SOM. And so that led to a number of things, and that's sort of at that point is where the anchor went down in Chicago. I've been in Chicago since then. It's been great to be, one of the funny things about working at a place like SOM, and it's a great firm to learn from, but I don't think I ever did a building in Chicago. It was always somewhere else. I had never actually run a building through the planning to get a building permit in the city of Chicago, so I had to learn how to do this. This is an interesting story. This is the University of Illinois Engineering Library, which Evans and I designed when I was with him as an architect. And then it, of course, needed to raise money, and that took several years. When I came out, I became the engineer of record through Le Measure for this building. The other thing I did was started to teach at UIC. Stanley Tigerman offered me a job to teach structures, and I taught some studio with this guy, who is another one of Steve's students, Doug Garofalo. Sadly, he has passed away also at a very young age of 52. Doug and I became close friends. I didn't know him that well at Notre Dame. I think we might have overlapped a few years, but Doug was a brilliant, brilliant architect and teacher for many years at UIC in Chicago. So 25 years ago, these two guys, Charlie Thornton and Richard Tomasetti, acquired a small firm in Chicago, CBM, and that's Ellie Cohen. Ellie was one of the grandfather structural engineers in town. He knew everybody. He had done a number of the buildings that Skidmore didn't do. I mean, Skidmore was the big gorilla in town, but there were a number of smaller firms, and Ellie did most of the engineering for them as consultants. And so I took that path towards being the collaborator engineer in Chicago, and it was a great experience. It's both large and small firms. Ellie started out life doing these things in addition to buildings, but he did about 50 of these natural draft cooling towers and learned a lot of the technology of jump form, slip form construction, and he applied it to these kind of buildings. And these are ubiquitous now, but not so much in the 80s. These are concrete core wall buildings where you take that technology and you wrap the elevators and the stairways with concrete, and that's the structure, a little like a tree trunk. And then you allow the framing to be very lightweight and kind of along for the ride. This is kind of the opposite of the Posner-Kahn approach, which was to develop the tube building, put everything on the outside and make it very expressive, and put either X-bracing or a big frame tube. This is sort of the developer's dream, because ultimately you make the structure on the inside, and then the outside can sort of be what it needs to be, both aesthetically or functionally. And this for the same Thornton Tomasetti, when I joined them, we're in the midst of designing the Petronas Towers, which turned out to be, for a little while, the tallest buildings in the world. And ultimately, they too follow the same pattern of a core wall, perimeter frames that are linked, but ultimately this use of concrete as opposed to steel to hold up some of the tallest buildings in the world. It's one of my first projects, which was a 50-story tower with Lohan Curly Getch in town in Chicago. And then a whole series of buildings. This was sort of an homage to the Hancock building. This is with an architect named Lucien Lagrange. And I should just mention that one of the things we did on this tower, this was the first use of it, but in a small way, which was this sort of digital fabrication, this whole notion of design. This was 1999 or so, where you build a three-dimensional model, which is sort of ubiquitous now, but back then it was a fairly new idea, at least in our industry. And you could utilize that model as a contract document. You could deliver the model, and they could use it to actually fabricate the steel, which is what they did on this building. And this building was on a big scale. we convinced the client to model Soldier Field with a program called Xsteel, now it's called Tekla, but fundamentally we used the model to communicate, to in a sense do the shop drawings. We set the three-dimensional models back and forth, they detailed the steel, and the actual model is what drives the machines that cut and punch steel. And then, but smaller scale stuff. This is a small house. It's sort of put these two together with the cantilever from Soldier Field and Doug's house with the cantilevered living room. But designed a number of things with Doug. This was here at the National Building Museum. We did, Stanley Tigerman curated something called Masonry Variations in 2004-ish. And this was one of my first projects I did with Jeannie Gang. I've since done a number of projects with Jeannie, and she's become a little more famous. But this was a stone curtain. Also did projects with Vinka Davidam and Julie Eisenberg in this exhibit. And then I have to mention the University of Maryland. I had this great experience teaching here through the integrated practices. I was trying to find something with Dumark, the NCAR prize that you guys got for being the first to develop an integrated studio within the studio education. And then was offered a chance to come here as a K professor in 2005. And I think this was, I found some photographs of an exhibit that was put up of not just my work, but others here. And our company's grown a lot. Since from when I joined the company 25 years ago, we were two offices, a really big office in New York and a relatively small office in Chicago. We have about 50 offices, 1,500 people, and we now do a little more than just structural engineering and building investigations. In fact, one of the things that's been fascinating for me is we are a number of architects, technical architects like myself, that work with Gordon Tomasetti to do everything from facade engineering to sustainability to really building forensics, trying to figure out why buildings leak. And I think it's a point that, particularly for the students, there's a lot more out there. I know that this architectural education is so focused on design and designers, but there's so many things you can do within the field of architects. So if we go back to what Ambrose Richardson said, it's a great education. Stay with it because there's so many things that need to be bolted onto it in terms of, particularly when you start thinking about sustainability and some of the issues that face us. And there's a few buildings left. This actually came out of one of my visits here. David Miller with Miller Hall was also a K professor, and having dinner with him one night, he said, I'm doing a building in Chicago. Would you like to be the engineer? And this is a kind of Seattle live-work loft, but on Superior Street in Chicago. And then I returned to the National Building Museum in like 2 years ago with Jeannie Gang. She did the summer program there with a bunch of cardboard tubes in something called the Hive, and did a lot of engineering on that, including testing the cardboard tubes at Columbia. And the last slide, I'm kind of out of time here, but one of the interesting projects I worked on with in the category of improvisation within the grid is Calatrava's Chicago Spire. We put about $40 million of the foundations in the ground, and now we'll do something else, but given the downturn in the economy. But it was a fascinating area of collaboration, also with someone who's an architect and engineer. So, and that's it.
Testing. Is that working? Okay, great. And technically the schedule says I have till 3:35, so in the spirit of Steve Hurtt, would love to go long. This is not a roast, I'm not allowed to. So I put the title America by Design, and when I typed it, it made me uncomfortable and I almost erased it, because in our current political climate, America has become code word for whiteness. And then I decided I wanted to reappropriate it because it had to do with my relationship with Steve and discovering America and how we made it from a built environment perspective. The second title has to do with where that discussion headed, which is my own personal obsession with the public realm that started in my thesis. And then the third subhead has to do what I've been doing in the past decade primarily, which is overlaying that interest in the public realm with understanding myself as a cultural practitioner, as the way in which I configure myself and have moved it forward. I should also add, the America by Design really comes from a moment prior to my thesis semester here at Maryland, where I had the pleasure of doing reading and talking about those readings with Steve. I phrase it that way instead of as a course because it was an independent study, technically according to the registrar, but what we got to do is we decided we would take turns. Steve would pick a book, and then the next week I got to pick a book. And then Steve got to pick a book, and then I got to pick something to read. So that there was no official syllabus at the beginning. We couldn't say no to the other person, but we could kind of push back and forth on each other. Steve came forward with an article by Philip Bess that is ostensibly really about Aristotelian space and how it informs or should inform architects in the making of the public realm. I don't give you the title because it's horrible and long and theoretical and postmodern and no one can, it's communitarianism and emotivism and horrible title. But the key of that spurred my interest in the public realm and really influenced the thesis that followed that course that next term. So, res publica. Our colleagues in different areas across this campus, when they talk about res publica, they're talking about it more as a political construct, right? So they're interested in the public as a political thing. But the little tiny three letters, the res, are the thing. So if we make an awkward direct translation, res publica is the public thing. And it's the thingness that I'm interested in, and particularly the making of the thing. And what is the role of an academic today in prompting the consideration of how designers make public things and should make public things? So what you're seeing, this is a little bit of a prologue to the other things I'm going to talk about, is one of the last major projects I did here as a faculty member with other colleagues. I don't know if they're here, but you can see images of Garth Rockcastle and Michael Ambrose setting up our construct. The other team leaders were included Isaac Williams, and then I'm over there in the corner in my head because I'm about to present words like brackish estuary, which is surprisingly hard to say back to back, and molecular nanotechnology, which I was hoping nobody would ask me about, including Joe today, because that had to do with our wall section that we were projecting into the future. And so here's the other subtext of my talk and how I want to pay homage to Steve. Was that term where Steve and I read about the making of the American built environment. It was a co-production, right? Steve would choose a reading, I would choose a reading. Steve would choose a reading, I would choose a reading. We were co-producing the learning environment instead of having a traditional hierarchical one. That was how the philosophy that the team brought to the City of the Future Design Challenge that you see here. It was a 7-week charrette, it was 7 weeks, that would probably kill us, 7-day charrette. When the brief dropped, Garth, Isaac, Michael, and I sat in a room to digest it, understand it, come up with some guiding foundational principles. And then after that, we broke into sub-teams where we would check in every day, but once our ground rules were set, we were making a public realm much as they are made, which is made by many hands. We're trying to understand the rules, but then making their own thing within those set of rules. That included empowering students to make their own things. So I wasn't the leader of my own team. I worked on a team with people of shared interests, but students would produce their own work, we would vet it, talk about it, say, does this make sense with what we're doing? One of our foundational documents that you might call a partee was this particular section diagram that I had a strong hand in. I did because I wanted to make sure we weren't just talking about brackish estuaries, which is our important nod to sea level rise, or molecular nanoskins, which had to do with our envisioning of what a wall section might be 100 years in the future, but that the social and cultural was going to be part of our foundational document. The black line that you see running through this partee section is the future ground. Because I ended up writing our 8-minute presentation, I still had that document, so I pulled a couple quotes. But what I want to focus on is the phrase in the first quote that the resources that were going to be delivered would be democratically distributed, and that this would be a public works process. That was one of our foundational ideas. The other thing that was foundational to it, that I brought to it, that will harken back to the title slide in this Thomas Hart Benton mural panel, was I influenced our team that we should think of it as the farm, which is one of the structuring units of the United States. But that in the 21st century, it would be the urban farm. And that our urban farms, our crops would be food and water, but our crops would also be data, and we would have to harvest information and energy. And how would we deal with those things while also understanding social notions of living, working, and playing? The other thing that you see at the bottom was that our future ground, that black line, was going to have a strong sense that DC would not be a city of haves and have-nots, sequestered in a socioeconomically segregated precinct, which is how many of us have understood the growth and design of DC, particularly in the 20th century. This was an important moment for me. I left the East Coast in this beautiful city for a point northwest of here, namely Portland. And when I arrived there, this project made me adopt a mantra that I brought into my studios, which is architecture is not about building, but about people. And I wanted to see where that would take me. The other thing that it did is help me forefront the Res Publica into the work I did with students and my own community design-based work. But it also let me continue to think about the co-production of knowledge and learning that happened with Steve in that reading course, where the hierarchy of who is the student and who is the teacher was a little bit upended or made fluid or gray or ambiguous. So here we are in Portland. I want to acknowledge that today is Parking Day globally. Oh, Carl. And for those of you who don't know about Parking Day, in 2005, some young, freshly graduated architecture students in San Francisco formed a firm called Rebar and put some money in the meter and claimed a parking space, understanding that in the mid-20th century, at some point, we decided that the public right-of-way was a great place to park cars all day long, instead of to house people. Parking Day started in 2005 with those young architect upstarts, and within a decade, not only grew to a global phenomenon, but has become codified in the regulatory systems of many North American cities. In other words, you can obtain a permit to make a parklet. So instead of just doing it for 24 hours, you can make one that would be there, theoretically, in perpetuity. So interested in this particular phenomenon, and and interested in the res publica and the reclaiming of it from cars and for people, my students and I decided to test the new permitting process in Portland. It was very new at that point, and build a parklet. It was crowdsourced in terms of funding. It was a community-based process. And the one thing that we began to learn was that what we were working on would become Portland's first public parklet. Up until that moment, the permitting process allowed primarily cafe owners to build a parklet across from their restaurant, set out their tables and chairs. This means to be a member of the public, you must be a consumer. You must be a patron. And it means at the end of the day, that particular shop or cafe can take their tables and chairs, and all you're left with is a platform. All right, now here's the scary moment for me. I'm going to try and show you. All right. I'm going to play a very short, I think it's 90 seconds, film of the students making the thing. Remember, the res publica, the res part is the thing. And while you're watching it, I want to talk over it because I want to talk more about this notion of the making of the public thing. If I can get this to work. If you are more into the thingness and less about the public, you'll get some stats of what we use to make it sustainable, etc. I don't mind. You can tune me out. So one of the things the students and I asked, Brian or a tech guy, is there a technical?
Click one more time, not on that.
Not on this?
Yeah, off, yeah.
It says it should be playing, right? Anybody with more technical knowledge than this 20th century gal? Did that do it? Maybe we can get everybody up here and we'll have a truly public. It doesn't open in a second, I'll move on. We tested it right beforehand. Thank you, Marcus. Played the whole thing right before we started.
Something's happening.
Yeah, but I call that the rainbow wheel of death. So.
Going to the beach. Good play, yeah.
Free bird. Because it's cool. There's a building across the street. I went and I put a stop motion camera and convinced them to let us do that so they could watch us making that. All right. Let me. Here we go. It's going. Yeah, no, it is because the thing was moving. I can see it. Well, no, it stopped in 2 seconds.
It's freezing.
All right. I'm gonna punt because maybe I wanna.
Something's happening.
Well, I don't. Now it's just 4 seconds. Yeah, but it should be going. We don't want to waste all the time with this, so let me just go back. It's going now. Gotta know when to have a flexible moment. Okay. So what you were going to see is the students making of the thing. What you're looking at in our community design process, 3 completely different versions of it. Something that will look slightly like this is what you were going to see being built by the students. You can see it a little bit over here. But one of the conversations we were having as we were not only focused on all of our reused elevator rail, all the stats were in there, our sustainably harvested juniper, all of our steel, etc., was we asked for whom are these spaces? It was important because during the permitting process, the city kept asking us, well, what about the homeless? What about drug users? What about those ne'er-do-well kids and their skateboards and their other activities that have gone digital, involve apps that we don't understand? And is this thing really going to make sense? They liked the private model of the parklet. They were really concerned about the stewardship of a public piece and what would happen to it. While we were doing this, and I was doing a lot of convincing, and in the end, we didn't have a homeless problem, we didn't have a drug problem, youth used it. If their activities are ne'er-do-well, that was not evident to me. But we had lots of exhibitions of the work in process, including parking day, other tactical urbanism ideas. A bunch of folks from Seattle came down. We have quite a few University of Maryland alum who work in Seattle, so I invited them to bring their friends. Some of their friends were involved in Seattle's writing of the regulatory system, which was happening when we were making our first public park. One of the statements in Seattle's regulatory system is your parklet must be public. So this has to do with your legacy. There's a regulatory on the books writing of parklets in Seattle that requires it be public, requires you can't remove your seating and tables when you want to shut it down at the end of the night. You can't make people buy things to sit at your parklet, and the thing has to be out there for use all of the time. The making of the thing. In the film that I couldn't show you, we knew that our bandwidth was maxed out because we had a literal 48-hour install time that the city was going to let us close down the lane of traffic to be able to safely do this. So I asked another architecture student who had photography skills just to document it for us. He was about to enter thesis and didn't know what to do. So Dustin Buzzard comes into my office with a flash stick of all the parklet stuff and says, hey, why is there no gay neighborhood in Portland? And I said, gee, I don't know, Dustin, because I've lived here in the same long amount of time. He was from California. I said, I don't know. Ask me questions about DC and Baltimore. I don't know anything about Portland. So even if I had known the answer, I said, sounds like a good research project that might lead to a thesis. So the first thing that Dustin did was start to research the history of the gay presence in Portland. But I said, you gotta make the thing, you just can't read about it. So what he did was, in the vein of those walking cards you get when you want to go visit your famous buildings and turn them around. I know that the young people have a digital app for that, but those of us remember the actual cards. He made them. So he made cards that would show you where the site or the building is, would have a short synopsis of what happened in that building or that public space, going all the way back to Lewis and Clark, to make more apparent or transparent the gay narrative of Portland. The end result of that, which you might be able to see in pink, was he knew a lot of sites. He knew there was no gay neighborhood, but knew a lot of sites that had been rendered invisible in terms of their queer narrative that had embedded in them. And this was a great way for him to do the research project. The other thing he researched was the flag, the rainbow flag, which does not have the color, it's associated, right, with the LGBTQ community, doesn't have the color pink in it. He thought that was a little bit unusual. It was originally because the manufacturing process couldn't make the pink of the designer, got the name and all the stats. And then, fable has it that after the color was excluded due to manufacturing difficulties, it was never revisited for fear of what the color would eventually symbolize in the public domain, propagated by the presence of flags on storefronts, homes, and businesses. So now I'm going to quote from Dustin himself. My architectural pursuit is an opportunity to now revisit the exclusion of the pink concept, to intervene and stake places in the pink spirit that reawaken queer identity while remaining sensitive to and benefiting the public realm and public space. My attempt is to take a cityscape and its inhabitants away from passive talk of weird, tolerance, and liberal, because encountering a space that is queer is hard to come by in Portland. There may be gay or queer establishments, but these don't open up queerness for exploration as a public concept. a realm that celebrates queer history and queer space and contributions to our larger community. A queer space is a safe place, free from pressures of conforming to an idealized urban fabric, or safe from desperate acts against the city's anonymity. I aim to establish and define queer identity while simultaneously challenging the urban makeup to acknowledge the queer fibers within its own fabric. So for his Master of Architecture thesis, he didn't do a building. What he did was a series of smaller projects on 4 different sites that correlate with this walking tour. Remember, Dustin's the photographer of the making of the parklet. He wasn't involved in it. One of his sites, he subtitled, so the name of his thesis is Painting the Town Pink. Each site had its own subtitle. This one's called Paint Your Face, which is a parklet. It's a parklet in front of Darcel's, which is a drag review show. It is the longest running drag review show in the United States, featuring the same performer from when it started to when it's running now. It's not in California, it's in Portland, and it's Darcel. And the practical problem that Darcel has is that people line up to get tickets the same day. There's no bandwidth on the street for that because it's very narrow sidewalks. It's very close to Chinatown, for those of you who know Portland. And so Dustin proposed taking 2 of the parking spaces in front of Darcel's and turning them into a parklet to solve that functional problem of where people might wait while they're waiting to either get tickets or meeting someone for the show, because there's also really no lobby space to speak of. You basically walk directly into the theater. But the other thing that he did, because we were doing the readings back and forth, I gave to Dustin a reading by Irving Goffman about front and back space. And he said, this is a sociologist, I'm an architect. I said, well, you're not an architect yet because there's a whole bunch of tests and other things you got to do. So please read the Irving Goffman and you get to pick next. So know that I've continued that tradition with my students. So he reads Irving Goffman, who talks about front space and back space, and that what we do in the back of house is different than what we do in the front of house. And he was particularly interested in the transformation that happens when one makes oneself up into a drag queen. So his parklet is a notion of a vanity full of mirrors to invite the audience to publicly start to understand their identity as a way to start to relate to the transformations of the performers that they're about to see on the inside. So taking that notion of queerness, not just that this is Darcel's and a drag queen site, but what does that mean as a performance in the urban realm to interrogate questions of identity and transformation? Sitting in Dustin's thesis was a woman who had been accepted into PSU's Master of Architecture program. I should also say thesis at PSU, what you're seeing are some of his exhibitions. The presentation is about 6 weeks prior to thesis, because then we ask them, based on the review, to revise their work, and the revised work goes into the final book, and then just your private committee reviews that. You have a private final meeting with your committee. So she'd been accepted, couldn't decide whether to go, and is in Dustin's thesis. Gets to view it. And one, I'm not going to talk about this one, but one of the other ones of his 4 sites was subtitled Lock Your Junk. Is that in the site of what was a former bathhouse and now is a surface parking lot. There happened to be a bus stop there, which was just a sign attached to a utility pole. And he designs a notion of a bus stop as a micro community center for the gay community. Nicole says yes to PSU. She ends up in her first semester in my studio, where we're going to do a community-based project in Sacramento, in a community in the north whose primary demographic are Hispanic and Southeast Asian immigrants of varying legal status. And I'm a strong believer in research-based design, so we do both ground truthing, where we interact with the community, and this is an infographic of one of the 5 stations. This one has to do with how easy or hard is it to get around North Sacramento. I show you this one because this is the one that's, this stat spoke to Nicole, which led her to start to make these other data diagrams, which had to do with low car ownership incredibly difficult to get around on the bus, but that's what they were all using. So in other words, to get from their neighborhood to say get to the food bank or get to medical care. Because these are talking about vacancy and resources. You're talking about 2 or 3 buses and 2 or 3 hours to get anything that you need. So she came to me, and all the students were proposing hybrid community centers, buildings, really interesting projects, and says, I want to do something smaller than all of my classmates. She goes, do you remember that guy Dustin's thesis? And I don't think she knew at the time that I was Dustin's chair. I said, yeah, I remember Dustin's thesis. She goes, he did a bus stop that was a community center. She goes, I think that's a really great idea. Can I explore that? And I said, you absolutely may. So what you see are some hand sketches, some formalizing of that idea. Her use diagrams, which to me are about this building is kinetic. So in other words, if you are falling into the category of micro-enterprise, which when we were there were people selling piñatas out of their garages, high school students selling salsa on the lawn. The South Asian community were tremendous farmers, so they would set up illegal farmers markets where you could go buy fresh produce in this food desert. That you could actually use this as your store for the day. Or for all of the nonprofits in the area, you could host a voter registration or a flu shot clinic or any of the other myriad of social services, legal aid that they don't have access to in their own community. And she made it a community-based effort, but she's still providing the kit of parts. The community can choose their material palette, can pre-select from a series of designs that appeal to them as this thing slides in and out, either to create more space or less space. So the bus stop is more than just about waiting for a bus. At her final review, sitting in the audience, and let me know when I have 5 minutes because I just want to stop in a coherent place, is a student named Neda Mani, who's trying to figure out what her thesis should be. Right? It's all about that. The students who aren't there yet, you'll feel that fear. And what Neda tells me later, because I become her chair, I forgot this part. Nicole's project becomes, in the end, a grant-funded project for SACOG, which is Sacramento Council Area of Governments, with multiple studies done, a transit-oriented guide provided to the DOT, and my understanding from my partners at the Center for Public Interest Design, whom I've left behind, is that with cap and trade money, they're going to be testing and building the first prototype of these this year. So it started as a studio project, became a grant-funded center project, and is now going to be built. The final one I want to end on, because I've got to show a Cardo Decumanus, right? I have to, particularly now that I know that Carl's here. So this is Neda. She later tells me halfway through her thesis at one of our one-on-one meetings that she had spent that term. PSU has what's called Fridays at 4. Every Friday at 4 o'clock, everybody leaves studio, gathers together, and either a student, a faculty member, or a local architect makes a presentation to talk about what they're thinking about. Neda said she spent most, she was like, I spent most of those Fridays at 4 trying to figure out my thesis, I wasn't really listening. But she goes, the day that the student fellows from the center presented the bus stop project, she goes, I wrote in my sketchbook, small can be impactful, and what is public architecture supposed to do? So she is Jordanian, and obviously experienced firsthand the Syrian refugees and that experience. And so started to do some research on it as a global phenomenon, which she had many stats that would horrify all of us, including that the average time spent is 18 years. So if you arrive as a child, you can leave as an adult. This is a global stat. And so wanted to address this. She, because life can be quixotic, we managed to get her access to a Syrian camp in Jordan because her father owns a food distribution company, and we talked to some NGOs. So she goes for 2 weeks every day. I had been handing her books to read, and she had been handing me back things to read. I had handed her Walter Hood's Urban Diaries, which is about going and observing. What she observes many things, including another horrifying stat that will show up, is that in Syria, while the average age of marriage for a girl is 18, in the camps, it's 13. So she goes and observes what you can see in red is the Cardo Decumanus of this refugee camp, established as such not by the NGOs, but by the Syrian refugees. What do I mean by that? At the heart of their Cardo Decumanus, if you don't know what that means, please take a good urban history class. People take the caravans that they're given by the NGOs. You'll see numbering here. She studies the modifications and assigns them typologies. So each number correlates to how the Syrian refugees are modifying their caravans and then moving in. The other thing is this whole Cardo Decumanus is illegal. So they move it in the morning, they sell their goods and trade, and they have to move it out at night. So every day you go there, this configuration is different. If you made the chart, the typologies are all different, but the Cardo Decumanus is not. It is the one thing that is sacred. When she draws a section through the Cardo Decumanus, she knows a gendered reading of it. That only men and young boys are in the center, being these reconfigured, reappropriated caravans, and women and young girls are in these private caravans back behind. This chart is showing where males and females spend their time, but the reality of a girl at 13 getting married means they stop going to school, they don't go to the youth center, and they spend all of their time here. Also because this is considered an unsafe space, most of them don't go to school anyway because they cannot safely negotiate the Cardo Decumanus street. She did a bunch of studies that have to do with what materials are available in the camp, as well as vernacular typologies. And this is a section perspective recalling the Cardo Decumanus, where she designs an public infrastructure where women and girls can occupy what we might call the piano nobile, that at night the caravans go away, but this remains. There are also other layers of access to water and power, which is politically driven by tribal leaders, as a way to reclaim a public realm for the female residents that involved a series of verbs within which they need to engage. So before Brian gives me the hook, I'm going to skip this last one. To say the journeys in America by design and the making of the public thing have left me and the legacy of Steve and all of those from student to student and teacher to student to ask who has been left behind and left out of design and development decision making in the United States. And if architecture is not about building but about people, then who gets to make the public thing? Thank you, Steve.
I just hope it's not on at times. Okay. I thought about a lot of different things as I was, once I was tasked with presenting a tribute to Steve. I thought about change the context, change the meaning. I thought of all the times we were told that Stuart Cohen would be there at Saturday morning at 8, and I have all these tools of how to pressure students into being productive and experimental. And what I realized was the most important lesson I had was learning through experience. For me, from my desk, the viewpoint never really changed that much. the view is pretty much the same. And through books and drawings, I could only see someone else's perspective of what was important. Because Steve was our professor in Rome, we were able to learn by doing, learn by seeing. And what I've appreciated more and more over the years is through experience, you take your own points of view and you're not limited to that which you're told. Although there's some key monuments to Rome, what I experienced firsthand through sketchbook and camera gave me an actual sense of physical space. Because architecture is learned through the tools of drawing and representation, it's hard to really have a sense of what you're making. Being in the world and learning experientially gave me a grounding in architecture and an understanding of the value of experience and the capacity to rely on process to understand what you're looking at and how you're going to learn. While you can learn a lot and be able to convey it in different ways, I think learning through experience is the most grounded way to learn experimentation and through that innovation. So through photography, the lens, and sketchbook drawing, I have come to experience the world, ground my experiments, and to teach. Graduating with Brian Kelly from Notre Dame decades ago, I returned my research to Rome during a master's in geography thesis that I did. I studied two aspects of urbanism and geography. One was physical space and one was demographics and census analysis, geographic information systems, and so forth. I'll concentrate on the spatial for this talk. I returned to Rome with a different set of tools and some questions that I had from our time there. And it was because I live in Baltimore, West Baltimore, and there's so many buildings falling apart, I wanted to use Rome as a model for how we might look at the capacity for urban space to decay and regenerate. So could we use regeneration in the Rome model in Baltimore? And to understand that, I had to go to Rome and continue my research. I looked at the early plans and of the Imperial Rome over the contemporary city and identified a half a dozen or so intersections, many of them we knew from our time there. Was the portico of the Pantheon really extended in space? Was the corner of La Maddalena beyond the Piazza Pantheon the end of that piece? And as I started to trace these visual cues, these linked relationships, I started to realize that there was a whole network of spatial connectivity in Rome. It was an experience that was grounded in our time there as students, and that I was able to put together more analytically as a master's student. So while I had begun studying individual moments where the map suggested a ruin underlied a contemporary urban space, I came to learn that it was a deliberate network of space that was interconnected, and it was done in a time of Rome's depleted population. Martin V had come back from Avignon with the spirit to build a pilgrimage city, and so linked a whole number of ruins into new urban centers that culminated, many of which on the Pantheon. The idea of drawing, photography, and other tools to study space and to create new knowledge brought me to the idea of looking at different drawing types to understand space differently. I started, the picture on the right, a section through the Teatro Pompey and a series of spaces bounded by the Campo di Fiore and the Corso, and developed what I call the sky drawings, because what I realized is by seeing the sky, I could capture the footprint of the space and the facade of the space. So in a certain way, the space is collapsed in the drawing, but I can understand attributes of it that would be very complicated in an assembled series of drawings. So this series of experimental drawings in order to describe space was one that I developed really because of our time together in Rome. I was able to look at it from a different perspective. Further in this study, I realized that the road to Rome, the road along to the Pantheon, where the aqueduct, the Vergine, had been taken out, had actually been a repurposed, the facade of the church is a repurposed use of the components of the gate through the aqueduct. So with the art history, and the experience and the archaeology of the other researchers at the time and before me, has led to this assembling understanding of how this urban space evolves. It's been very important, especially in a place like Baltimore, to imagine as a designer that the space can change, and also to convey to others that urban space and the public realm has the capacity to transform. There were a number of studies that I learned along the way, including what I call facade fights, which is the argument and the prowess of one facade maker to the other. And the flanking facade built against the supporting wall of the Teatro Pompey is part of that dialogue with Palazzo Massimo across the Corso. Learning from this experience and being on the faculty at the Maryland Institute College of Art, I realized the value of teaching through experience. And I imagined that if I was able to get something out of it, I could bring that experience to students. I took what I call the fossilization of Rome methodology, and working with an archaeologist at MICA, Joe Basile, we offered an archaeology field and classroom course, and found a city in, he had worked at Petra and excavated in Jordan for a number of years. We felt that we'd have a very scant enrollment going to Jordan in our time. But as a Roman art historian, we actually found that Lugo, Spain, an hour east of Santiago de Compostela, was the furthest Roman city that we could look at, and it had a Roman wall, which was interesting, and it also had a Roman forum and a complete set of Roman ruins underneath, organizing the contemporary Spanish city. So with a group of students, we went to record experiences, encouraging students to work independently and collectively. The students, while you can teach them how to look at something, you never quite know what they're going to see. So true. And doing projects collectively with students has its own interests. We worked the Roman wall in this town of Lugo, Lucus Augusti was the Roman town, is continuous and intact. So students developed a series of drawings from the wall into the city, through the Mithraeum, which was at one of the gates to the city. It's important for me with students to work with drawing types that you can learn and that I can teach, and that deal with different things. So in addition to the hand drawing, we have begun using photogrammetric modeling, 3D modeling, using software that reverse engineers the lens of a camera to create a 3D model in space and breaking that down, and then integrating it with the hand drawings. The project is a collective. It's literally a platform for all the student work to come together. And so we do that, assemble the totality of the project as a single project for the students. Because another thing I've learned while doing a lot of travel programs is when everyone's off on their own, working individually, they get a little crabby. But if you're on an archaeology project, you can sleep on the floor, get up at 4 in the morning, have a hard-boiled egg for breakfast, and everybody's really happy because you have that common, the work of the common good galvanizes the team. So speaking of walls, on a spectrum from urban to archaeological, the Roman city has been a compelling interest of mine. This is work at a parallel with Lindley Van, where the city had been abandoned. We studied the relationship of the ruins to the wall, that part outside the wall, built at a different time, in a different political state than within the wall. Drawing tools that suggest, because we can't work underwater, we have to figure out how to convey ruins that have been inundated, possibly through earthquake damage. So working underwater, working on archaeology sites, and moving out into more rugged terrains, let's say, has been an interest I've been able to pursue as my personal research and subsequently with students. It was a privilege to work with my colleague, Dr. Joe Basile at MICA, archaeologist who excavated at Petra for 10 years. And I joined him on one of his digs. He passed away last year at the age of 53. So it's been challenging to, well, it's been interesting to be able to work with people in their vital time. It's really unknown what that would be. So working at Petra, he was so accustomed to it. He'd been there 10 years. He excavated foundational stones, and when they turned them over, there were carvings from the Nabateans, face carvings and portraits and so forth, that the Romans, I think, had flipped over as foundation stones. But what he took for granted was really something else. We would get up at 5 in the morning, have first breakfast, and then work and record the stones under goat hair tents. Second breakfast was Moroccan mint tea, and all the workers on site were Bedouin. We would join them for the Friday horseback riding and racing, which is their way of actually determining rank in the local society. I thought that was pretty brilliant. So I took students. We were, because of our archaeology and at the art school, we collaborate with archaeologists at Johns Hopkins and develop projects with them. They wanted the photogrammetric model of the 5,000-year-old tower in Oman. And we said, well, we will test your digital modeling method against the hand drawing method. So we developed 3D digital models through photography, photogrammetry. We used the GIS stations and hand drew the entire tower. This is with Michael Harrower at Hopkins, who's a landscape archaeologist who was amazed that we could draw every stone in the building. He was impressed that the tower was built before there was written language. But my point to him was, if you build a round building, you're not doing it alone, you have to communicate with each other, and it's still challenging today. So I refute his notion that the sort of romantic building without language, because the tower was round. We also found, through the hand drawing, revealed more compelling characteristics of the architecture and the build at that time, to the point that the handful of students and I who had been dispatched at the winter season worked with Harrower and were published in the World Archaeology Journal on digital imaging. So being able to bring students to that experience and then work to have professional publications as an undergrad has been an attribute to this process. And it got a little complicated taking people to Europe, and I realized because so many of our students are international or East Coast and don't travel that much, that going to the Southwestern United States would be foreign enough. And we work with Norma Crow, who we studied with at Notre Dame, and take students to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Colorado. We live in a house together. The students are assigned particular meals. We work with the archaeologists of the Anasazi Heritage Center and work on drawing types that can communicate the value of the sacred landscape so that, and this is for the Bureau of Land Management, so that the Bureau of Land Management doesn't release licenses for drilling that block the view of the sacred mountain from the special kivas. Students are literally exposed to climates and environments they've never imagined. They're working together on projects. We work with a community leader from the Native American Pueblo to understand the meaning and the value of the work that we're doing to preserve their sacred sites. And this is a great opportunity for students to learn by doing. It leaves a more indelible impression and a more focused intention for their work. This is the kiva, the canyons of the ancient National Maya, the main Pueblo. Student drawing of the landscape. We were later invited back to develop a project for the Bureau of Land Management, in which we looked at landscape a number of ways. The idea is that we're looking at it pictorially, in perspective, and from the plan. These are hand drawings in perspective and algorithmic analysis of digital elevation models in plan. Using the GIS software and hijacking Army Corps flood modeling that's actually designed to do small flooding conditions in urban settings. We're able to take sections across entire terrains of the San Juan River Basin. We're able to look and analyze large satellite images to understand what parts of land are facing south, so we can look at where the most likely farming we might find. We can analyze the digital landscape maps to understand slope, where it would be shallow enough to farm, where it would be too steep, and so forth. And let's see, now with this timer, I'm running a little bit out of time here. So what I really want to emphasize, I suppose, is the continued relationship of learning by experience and alternating research, teaching, and practice. What I'm sharing with you now are some new tools of observation. These are drone flights that I'm just starting to develop a series of drone-based materials to understand landscape. And So because we can make 3D digital models from photographs, we can also do 3D digital models from video by flying drones and capturing the landscape and create 3D models. I'll be developing this technology along with satellite imagery analysis to look at new conditions and to further the research. I've done this with one student, and I will continue. I'm basically doing a prototype here for future work in, I'm going to skip that one, to do a residency in the Arctic. I've been selected to spend 4 to 6, I think it's 4 or 6 weeks on a tall ship in the Arctic looking at the landscape. My goal is to use drone flights to create 3D models of conditions and then be able to subtract the spatial volume of one model to another and understand the changing landscape in the Arctic and in the Antarctic. I end with this because for me it's a way of approaching the unknown, and I think embarking into new territory is something Steve will probably be doing as well, and as you shift gears here. This is my lesson through experience, for which I want to thank you.
Okay, as I was introduced, my name is Marcus King. I'm sure a lot of you know me. I see a lot of familiar faces. It's always good to come back to the University of Maryland. This time to honor Steve Hurtt. So I came to Maryland in 2012 as a very disgruntled, striving architecture student. I had just finished my undergrad 2 years earlier in Michigan, and I realized the lack of education, not lack of education, but the gaps in my education that I needed to complete. And so I decided to try to find a job in the Detroit architecture market. That venture turned out to be very unsuccessful. So I did a whole bunch of small odd jobs, just trying to be closely related to the architectural realm. Eventually I made a decision to go back to grad school, and I came to Maryland specifically because I knew the gaps that were missing in my education, and I knew that an education at Maryland would help me fill those gaps. I met Steve, and I don't know if he remembers this, but I met Steve for the first time officially in 2013 when we were in Rome. I think I was on the Rome program with Brian, and then we brushed past you in one of the piazzas, and we had found out that you were going to be our thesis advisor for the upcoming semester. It's a surprise. But the foundations that I learned here at Maryland, like I said, really filled in the gaps that I knew I was missing from my architecture education, primarily typological issues, issues having to do with urban space architecture as it relates to not just a building, but a collection of buildings that go on to form a larger mass, and how those things relate to each other. Those are all things that I learned here at Maryland through the tutelage of Professor Kelly and Matt Bell and Renee, I see Renee in the audience. But primarily, but also through Steve, not only because we spent a lot of time here in the studio together, but also because we spent a lot of time after I graduated brushing into each other in Seaside, or meeting up with each other at CNU conferences, and always the occasional impromptu dinner at D-Ru's house. that we would be always be invited to. So I got a lot of chances to kind of probe his mind outside of school, and a lot of the ideas that, and the conversations that we've had really formed my sort of philosophy and my sort of modus operandi as it relates to the built environment, which is kind of what I want to talk about with this brief talk. So this is part of a larger lecture that I've been refining for about a year and a half, kind of condensed it for the purposes of this talk. It goes back to this idea of smaller buildings that produce bigger returns, that produce better neighborhoods. And so for the last 5 or 6 years, I've been struggling internally trying to figure out what my focus within the realm of the architectural profession I wanted to focus on, what was going to be my sort of guiding force. On top of that layer, the environment that I grew up in, Detroit. Detroit in the early, through the 90s and early 2000s was a very different place than it is today. Detroit now is starting to come back, but it wasn't like that when I grew up, and so that heavily influenced, or has heavily influenced my sort of thinking about architecture in the built environment. And so I can summarize my sort of philosophy about the built environment within these next two diagrams that I'm going to show you. So the first, some of you have probably seen before in a previous lecture that I gave about 2 years ago, but this is called the side hustle gap. And this is essentially the gap, the minimum amount of money that at least 50% of Americans need to procure, need to make in order to live comfortably here in the 25 major metropolitan areas here in America. Living comfortably means being able to pay all your bills, being able to save for big purchases, also save for retirement. It also means setting aside some money to just enjoy yourself. Roughly 25K, remember that's the minimum, because we're going from the median, right? So what this is essentially saying, well, actually let me explain this diagram next. So if we translate that financial number to a time number, at a minimum, at least 50% of Americans need to spend at least 21.5 extra hours to compensate for this side hustle gap. So what we're seeing is that the majority of people that are living in this country need to spend tremendous amounts of their most valuable asset, time, just barely surviving. And so these two diagrams have really centered me in my approach to the issues of the architectural realm, and has actually probed me to go beyond architecture and urbanism and urban design, but now dabbling into development. So let's get into some of the content here. So one of the things that I try to live by is that you never throw away anything that works because it's old, and exchange it for something that doesn't work or is not as functional because it's new and shiny and trendy. Trendy comes and goes. Trends fade and they pass and they change. But it's the compositional fabric, the foundational core principles, former principles that we live by that always endure. And so we all know the maxim, we hear it all the time, Rome was not built in a day. It wasn't built in a day. It was built over time. It was built through generations. Built incrementally. It was built within layers, right? My hometown of Detroit was not built in a day as well. Neither was any other major city. But in fact, that's exactly what we're trying to do when we apply traditional development principles toward every project, toward every neighborhood, toward every community. So this is a little cartoon that I created on one of the towers that's struggling to be built in my hometown of Detroit. This is the Hudson's Tower. This is the building that's going to replace the old Hudson's department store site. This is where it was housed. The developer, Dan Gilbert is the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. He also owns the Quicken Loans family of companies, one of the wealthiest individuals in the United States. This wealthy individual, with all of his earnings, with all of his wealth, on top of all the subsidies and on top of all the assistance, still can't get a project of this magnitude to work in this particular market. And on top of that, usually what's baked into these projects is the requirement that a certain level of housing and or affordable housing be built alongside that. And there's a lot of gripes in the public realm now because a lot of that stuff that was promised isn't getting built. So again, a lot of grumblings within the public realm about this, trying to get stuff done. Albeit some of those projects actually get done in certain areas in the city. Downtown, for example, and Midtown, for example, which are seen here. But now we're starting to apply the same theory to other areas in the 140 square miles that is Detroit, Michigan. These are some of the areas that are highlighted, neighborhoods that are highlighted for what the city has called an SNF fund, Strategic Neighborhood Fund, which sole intention is to fill gaps on projects in these neighborhoods. But the idea is that we're trying to force something to happen in a market that organically can't support it. That notion still exists. Island View Villages is where I live, Jefferson Chalmers is where I work. So these two neighborhoods are neighborhoods that I'm very intertwined in, very concerned about. So I like this diagram. I stole it from one of my mentors, and you can exchange 2011 for 2018, and you can also add zoning laws. But essentially the premise of this diagram is trying to make the connection of all the great, wonderful things within the realm of architecture and urbanism that there are available to us to build and construct. And then combining that, overlaying that with all the financing tools that are available to us now, today, on top of that, all the zoning and regulations that are in place today. When you overlap that, it only leaves a little sliver of stuff that can actually get built, right? So something is completely awry with that. And what has happened is that we now have this sort of building and housing stock that is really tipped at the polls, right? We either get a single family house because there's products for that, or we get a very large development because there's products for that. There's all this great stuff in the middle that completely gets overlooked, that completely gets overshadowed in the realm of urban design. But we've been here before, right? This is how we built our cities. This is how the immigrants that came over here built their city. This is how the former slave communities, this is how they built their community, incrementally, step by step, because it allowed them to build wealth for themselves, low risk, low capital, and it allows community, society to grow organically. All right. This is a diagram. The top two diagrams are a diagram that my colleague and I, Mike Thompson from Mississippi, developed on a charrette in Flint, Michigan. Essentially trying to show to the client the ideas and the philosophy behind incremental development. Starting off with something small, low risk, low capital, and building from that to allow community to grow organically, to allow a sense of place to be built organically, just how cities have naturally done for thousands of years, right? On top of that, what makes this sort of philosophy of development even more desirable to a lot of people is because it allows for the adaptation to a lot of different family styles, especially nowadays. There was a housing exhibit down at the Building Museum about a year and a half ago that essentially was centered around housing and how the family dynamic is changing, right? And you have all these different layers, these different types of families that don't always fit into the two holes at the end of our housing stock or building stock, right? Again, all that stuff in the middle can better adapt to the families and where they are in their lives right now. Not only adapting to where they are now, but having the ability to build onto that as their family and their wealth grows, right? Again, talking about this organic sense of place, building from where the markets are now. So these next images are new. I've never presented them before, but again, it's in the spirit of trying to compare and contrast these two levels of development, these two philosophies of development, and how they can differ, right? So if you take one parcel of land, block 240 feet deep, or by 480 feet long, one parcel, so one project, and we develop it like this, right? And so we start to see the urbanism. We can see some of the metrics here, right? What's important, I won't dwell on this too long for the sake of time, but what's important to look at here is project costs, right? You increase the project cost on the project, you inherently have to increase the rents. unless you have a lot of subsidy, going back to that project that I just showed you before, right? But on top of that, it's also very cumbersome to do these types of projects, as I'm sure a lot of you that are in the profession know, right? It takes years of trying to find the capital, years of going through the various designs that may not work and redesigning. It also takes very, very complex financing packages and financing tools, right? And so not to say that this is bad, but for somebody, if we're trying to dive and erode this sort of wealth gap that exists in our country now, we can't use this model because it doesn't work for that particular type of use, right? And so what if we looked at that block in a different way? What if we just did what we've done before, right? Take that block, divide it up into individual parcels that individuals themselves can own, and allow them the flexibility to go outside of just building a single family house, building something that maybe it's a single family house at the onset, but maybe it has the ability to grow into something more diverse, more complex as that family dynamic changes, right? And so something like that. And so you'll notice the metrics are relatively same in terms of size, in terms of yield, but our project costs are a little bit lower. They're spread out over the course of a couple of owners, right? Again, allowing individuals themselves to build wealth for themselves instead of taking a large swath of land and allowing one person to extract wealth themselves out of that particular piece of land, right? These missing middle typologies allow for this to happen and allow for that adaptation. They're usually, although there's not a lot of products out there for them, the products that are out there are usually easier to apply to a project than the more commercially oriented loans and things like that. Project schedules are quicker and the rents are lower, right? And so as we have this conversation about affordable housing, usually we just slap a whole bunch of subsidies on it, but we can actually do it, or at least attempt to do it organically if we just build, quote unquote, to the market. And again, just another diagram showing the diversity of things we can do on a basic 50 by 100, 120 foot deep block, right? Like the stuff that we've done before, the stuff that generations our forefathers did to build the cities that we know and love today, right? So I call this putting the cookies where the kids can reach them, right? We live in a society today where the zoning laws don't allow this great stuff to happen, the financing doesn't allow this stuff to happen. And so what we need to do now is really take a step back, look at our zoning codes, look at the products that we're offering out there in the world today, and really bring them off that top shelf and bring them to where people can actually reach them to actually do some of this great stuff, right? Put the cookies where the kids can reach them. I apologize for this. This was supposed to be a list of, from my colleague Eric Cromberg down in Atlanta, who developed, this was supposed to be his way of showing how you bring the cookies down where the kids can reach them. He offered a whole bunch of zoning changes to the Atlanta zoning code to allow people to have things like ADUs and build secondary units on their single family plots and things of that nature. Also suggesting different financing things and tools that could be implemented to help facilitate that. Mine is summarized by these 6 points, right? So first, you rezone, you dezone. You look at your entire map, you rezone it so that it facilitates what you want to see done, but you also dezone, loosen some of the regulations on some of these parcels so that you can actually get some of these more diverse typologies done. I call it decriminalizing, my colleague calls it decriminalizing detached housing, and I just stole it from him. But this notion that you can only do single family houses in a single family neighborhood, but you can actually do stuff that fits contextually into a traditional, I would call it traditional neighborhood, that actually offers what I like to call sustainable density, right? Stuff that actually fits in with the neighborhood, but it makes it a little bit more sustainable and walkable because you're matching the certain typology to that neighborhood. Talk about flexible financial products, familiar construction materials and techniques, which are key for people that are just starting off, right? When you're trying to control costs, when you're trying to do things that actually work, it's very key to use things, materials and techniques that we've used before for the sake of expediency. Get reacquainted with typological diversity, again, which is something that I learned here at Maryland. How to maneuver and study typologies and finding the right context to apply those typologies. And then operational training and education, which is key, especially because I think we live in an environment where, I would say that the layman, as a society, we've gotten away from some of these principles based on that image that I showed you of the sort of old town Main Street. That was the main place back in the day. I would argue that it isn't now. And so really training and educating people how they can actually do these products in addition to actually allowing them to happen. So moving pretty quickly here. I'm going to skip this one for the sake of time. So I'm just going to talk about a couple of projects that I've either been involved in or have done myself over the last 3-4 years. This is one of the first projects that I did when I got back to Detroit. This is Norma G's Detroit. Lester is an entrepreneur. He's from Trinidad. Moved to Brooklyn, then moved over to Detroit, Michigan. Operated a food truck, a nationally recognized food truck, for about 6 years, for the sole purpose of trying to find his thing, right? Find his shtick, find his market, find his following, hone his skills, hone his craft. And the food truck allowed him to do that with very, very low overhead, right? So when we're talking about incrementalism, the idea is that we don't have to go to the mountaintop right away, but there's incremental steps that sort of train you, prepare you to get to that last step, right? Like I said, Lester operated his food truck for about 6 years. He opened his first brick and mortar, that should be 2018. Through the company that I work for, we structured a lease with him so that over time, he'll be able to buy that building. And so you really start to see the entire incremental lineage of how this process works, starting off very small, very low tech, for the sake of being able to find your thing, going into a brick and mortar shop operation yourself, and then possibly owning that building. And now the guy has some equity that he can leverage however he likes to do it, right? A real bootstrap story. It's very, I have to mention that this is the first full-service restaurant in that Jefferson Chalmers neighborhood in 35 years. And that was the old bank building that used to be there. We transformed it, now it looks like this. I'm very proud of the sort of wood edges here. That was my little touch that I added in my brief time on this project. So I have to give myself a shout out. And then I've got no time here, so I'm going to move this very quickly. Island View and Grand Boulevard project, the project that I'm still working on now. 33 square foot development. The thing that I want to point out here is 5 different typologies. When I first got into this project, they were going to do all big apartment buildings, and I said, hey, if we're really talking about affordability, if we're really talking about offering the chance for people to actually go from renters to owners, let's think about some different typologies. So I got them up before that. This is what was on that particular site, 100 years ago. You see all the great stuff that exists there, all the gradients, all the different typologies. Had 2 beer gardens, had a theater, a church, a couple of cottages that were on the same lots as single-family houses. So again, we've done this stuff before, and this stuff worked. Let's see how we can update that and apply it to contemporary times. And this is what that site looks like now. So, and this is the current scheme. So you got 2 existing buildings. This is mansion building right there, and then an existing duplex. And like I said before, they were just going to do really, really big apartment buildings. I got them to do these little townhouses that have smaller shotgun units at the bottom, and then taller 2-story units at the top. I'm really trying to introduce a different typology into the Detroit market, really, because it's really a unitary. Just a couple of the plans. Those are the bottom floor units and shotgun units, smaller and then larger second floor units, nice porches, because that was a pattern that was prevailing in that particular neighborhood. I'm going to skip this and go to this one. This is the last project. So the project that I did by myself in DC, I'm really proud of this because I think it kind of centers in on all the ideas that I've sort of presented here today, right? This is a guy who owned this townhouse. He's been in there for a couple of years. Now he wants to convert his cellar into an additional unit so that he can leverage his mortgage, and after the mortgage is paid for, be able to make some income off his house, right? Site plan there. And this sort of showed the intervention. So really just a regular storage basement. The green is the new walls, creating a little bedroom unit. You know, very simple. But again, it has bigger returns for this particular individual, right? It looks like. And so, last slide. So I want to end with this. Again, it all comes back to the foundations that I got here at University of Maryland, and primarily through Steve. Again, like I said, our conversations that we've had. I recall on my thesis project where you thought I was chewing off too much with the big train station. And you implored me to think a little bit smaller, think of this as an urban project. And I've kept that with me ever since we had that conversation, and it's formed my philosophy and my modus operandi as I operate now. So for that, I thank you, sir.
That'd be really skinny to live.
So I wasn't able to introduce Jeff Murray when we began, but I'd like to introduce him now. Jeff Murray is the Vice President of Canon Design, a student of Steve's from Notre Dame. And Jeff, it's all yours.
So I recognize that I'm between everybody and happy hour, so we'll see how quickly we can get through this. See if we can keep everybody awake. So I stole that picture from Brian there, a picture of Steve. I just want to, for me, it's a real honor for me just to be here and be able to talk about how Steve impacted me. I've been very lucky in my life. I've had a really wonderful career so far, and for sure that never would have happened without you, Steve. So I want you to get that. So, clicker here. So there, it's kind of amazing. There's this kid from working class, poor Pittsburgh, grew up in a banal suburb. I don't even know why I'm here among all these other folks, but the only architecture I even knew as a kid growing up were these two clubhouses here. This is where I caddied. I started working when I was 17. I caddied. Even though I lived in the same town with Falling Water, I never knew what it was. Our family vacations were sort of like driving to Cleveland to go to a motel with a swimming pool so my dad could go to Thistledown and lose all the vacation money and then become home. That was sort of what it was. So I can only think that the reason why I'm here is because I was so incredibly unfit and unprepared as I matriculated to architecture school. There I am on the left, with more hair and less gut, with my partner in crime, Joe Dolinar. I remember Steve saying the first time he saw us on the steps of the architecture building, he wasn't sure if we were students or we were just there to break into the candy machine. So, in any case, there we are about 7 years later, a little more cleaned up. But I think if you look close, you can still see we still have crowbars in the back pocket just in case the architecture thing didn't work out. So, no physical resemblance. But look, a guy like me, somebody with wearing their Ivy League degree on their sleeve, having a fancy Italian man purse and wearing 8 pairs of designer glasses all at the same time, that wasn't going to connect with somebody like me. Steve was a down-to-earth guy. You know, Norm was like that too. The great late John McDermott. These were guys who taught us that you could have rough edges and still be an architect and still love architecture. You know, these are the things that I think made Steve a great teacher. Number one, unpretentious, kind. He understood he could be different people for different students. Obviously brilliant. Steve had 3 Ivy League degrees, but you would never know it, right? You never knew it. And brilliant, obviously, but then fierce, just like you and me. Just, you know, brief thing. Look, I work in the profession. I just want to make a point. You know, I'm here. Things I'm talking about today, it's in front of a bunch of architects. So it's okay to talk about things that, you know, be pretentious and talk about ideas. But I want to make a point. When you're out in the real world, we should speak to the listener. So when you're around a bunch of contractors, talk with what contractors can understand. And with engineers, talk with what engineers can understand. I think pretension is really hurting our profession. Being elitist, you know, being a snob, it's not good for us. And it's not good. And the building industry in general has less tolerance for that kind of behavior among architectures today than ever. And it's really important for us to, you know, we may think we're the fountainhead, but a lot of them in the profession, they just see us like, you know, the straight man for a talking horse. You know, Wilbur was an architect, okay? And one of the things to recognize is, you know, he's pretty expendable and pretty silly. And I don't think we want this. Our industry is going to be massively disrupted in the next 5 to 10 years. We need to deal with the program and figure out that I think our role, we really need to focus if we want to have a role to play in how buildings are made in the future. So I'm just going to talk today about 3 big lessons. I could talk about how everything I ever knew in architecture, somehow I learned from Steve, which would not be an exaggeration. Then we make 3 lessons. These are my 3 favorite lessons. Number 1, be a sponge, build a repertoire, and that's going to play off of what Katie was talking about. Iteration accelerates inspiration, and the third one, it's all about meaningful experience. So I think you were the one who introduced me to Michael Polanyi. Does anybody know who Polanyi is? Very interesting guy, world-class chemist who became a philosopher, wrote these books, Personal Knowledge, The Tacit Dimension, The Study of Man, has very interesting theory of knowledge. Maybe it was McDermott that introduced him. But his idea around the tacit dimension, or tacit knowledge, is that there's so much knowledge that we have that we can't talk about, that we don't know, we're not even aware of it. Most of the knowledge we pick up, we actually pick up ourselves subconsciously. We're not even aware of the things we've done. There was that famous Rumsfeld quote, you guys remember, there are known knowns, known unknowns, unknown unknowns, you know, something like that, right? Well, there's a 4th category for that, and that would be the unknown knowns, okay? There's a lot of stuff we know that we don't realize we know. And again, it plays off of what Katie talked about learning that experientially. You know, and through watercolor, you know, unfortunately I had my camera stolen, so I went to Rome without a camera, but I learned how to paint them. And then books, you know, that's my library now. Much to my wife's, you know, she said, how are we going to move into a condo with all that stuff? Edward Reed was a student of J.J. Gibson. J.J. Gibson, somebody I'll talk about in a couple of minutes, another great sort of outsider thinker that Steve introduced me to. Edward Reed's book, The Necessity of Experience, really talks about this idea of direct experience versus indirect experience. You know, and Pinterest is great. I wish I'd have had that when I was a student and all that stuff. But really, you got to get out there and see the real stuff. Be there, go to places, and you can learn experientially from anywhere you are. Obviously, we're in a great city right now. Okay. Yes. Am I not loud enough? You're not pulling it close. I know. Okay. Has everybody got me? Okay. So anyway, the 2 places that I liked the most were, and I sponged the most, were Chicago and Rome. I happened to be back in both those places again this year. But I think you can pick up knowledge and pick up experience, pick up all those things that you don't know, all that tacit knowledge anywhere you are. Now I might skip this, but this is a story, this is an old story I told Steve, and he really liked it. I was, right after graduate school, I was working in a small office for the Summer in Columbus, and the owner of the firm came to me and said, look, we're kind of stuck. Nobody had time to do anything. I got a meeting tomorrow with the church. They want to design for a new community center. Could you just kind of drop a bubble diagram? And, with a mixture of arrogance and naivete, and knowing that Steve would be disgusted if I ever did a bubble diagram, I said, well, I don't really do bubble diagrams. Well, why don't I draw you a couple schemes? And he kind of looked at me a little funny and then said, okay, but make sure they're all done because I got to go at 8 o'clock in the morning. So it was an addition of a community center to this kind of square brick 1960s church. And so I just took 4 from my sponge, my repertoire that I had. The first scheme was a kind of variation on Farnsworth House, where I added this kind of linear glass box to the side of this brick building. The second one had a Unity Temple, kind of just quickly threw in a connecting loggia that connected the new and the old building. Then, I had to do something crazy, and so, and the design principal at the firm was a UPenn guy, kind of a UConn guy. So I did this one where I added off the corner, sort of diagonally off the square corner, kind of did that. And then again, Steve knows I've always been a big Alvar fan, so Mount Angel Church, Mount Angel Library, sort of did the kind of pinwheel thing as the sand-shaped thing as the addition. So he comes back after the meeting, says the meeting went great, and by the way, they like the alpha scheme. So, but what was interesting was I never saw those sketches again. The design principal took the sketches with him. There was no other involvement, and I got the message it was time to move to Chicago. So
It's always time to move.
It's always time to move to Chicago. So I'll talk a little bit about a couple projects I've been fortunate to work on that kind of play into this idea of the sponge and the idea. This is a local project that I worked on, and this design was led by Bob Frasca. I don't know who knows this building, the Hatfield Clinical Research Center in Bethesda. But we had this big, huge building, the Magnuson Center, we had to add to. We kind of tried to reinstate the symmetry. Steve always used to say symmetry saved. Of the building, which had been sort of deteriorated over time. And then there's a lot of small brick buildings on campus. And so the idea of this thing was to step the mass of the building down and articulate the building as a bunch of connected pavilions. The building was really tricky because it's very robust. Most of the projects I've worked on were science and technology, research labs, things like that. The building is very robust. Every other floor was an interstitial mechanical floor. So our design challenge was to try to make a 6-story building look like a 3-story building. And again, the approach was very similar to, I've got the Campidoglio up here, but any number of classical palazzo facades we could have used to talk about how we use those same moves, the interlocking, the giant order windows in this case instead of columns, and things like that. So you pick up this stuff, you don't even know where you learned it, you've studied a lot of old buildings, you've gone to Rome as a student, you've been lucky. So these kinds of ideas come back and they help. There's a lot of fake windows in here so we can disguise where the interstitial space was. And anybody who knows those kind of interstitial buildings, they're typically really hard to do. And then one of the repertoires that I realized when I was putting this together is, over a bunch of projects that I've worked on over the years, that project from NIH, we kind of articulated the stairs as figural elements, sitting out on the corner, trying to make that an experience. So as you went to an egress stair, you could actually connect with nature. And then I realized those kind of stairs sort of show up in projects all over the place. So this idea of developing a repertoire, I think, is something that's really important for everybody. All right, iteration accelerates inspiration. I remember as a freshman, there was a senior in my dorm who was a 4th-year architect, and he was complaining. He said, oh man, this guy, we have to draw 20 schemes tonight for a studio. And I was like, so who's that professor? Oh, that's Steve Hurtt. And I'm like, oh crap. You know, I had him for freshman design class. I go, this is definitely going to break into my party time. But anyway, over the years, this idea of, you know, iteration has become a really powerful tool in design. And Steve was always a student of design process, always looking at different ways. He would talk about metaphors for generating these options, design the building like it was a tree, or talk about a precedent, design it as, what if this was Thomas Jefferson's Monticello? How would you adapt it to this problem? Or, you know, all those kinds of things. You know, and you see now this idea, it's kind of a thing. You know, Thomas Edison said to get a great idea to be with many. Linus Pauling, University of Oregon, double Nobel Prize winner. And then, you know, David Kelly and IDEO, they kind of repopularized this idea of generating a lot of ideas early to succeed soon. By the way, this image on the right is not a Peter Eisenman Part T. It's not a train wreck Part T, but it's actually an overlay of about 15 different options that we did for this one client. I'm going to walk through a couple of these real fast. So this was we started with the client, the project that had been approved. So there had been a preliminary design by another firm. I think it was Gensler. They had done the thing, but somehow we had been selected in the interview process. So this was the board of directors approved scheme. So we started with that, and we had a kind of layer of labs. The purple's a pilot manufacturing facility. Office is the blue, the red is the labs, and it was a kind of an addition, putting a research facility on the site with this big manufacturing facility. So we started with their scheme, and then the first thing we did is we did a reversal. We said, what if there was complaints that R&D isn't connected enough with manufacturing, so why don't we move the R&D facility, the research guys, put them in between the pilots and the manufacturing. Well, they didn't like that idea. They said, our current research facility doesn't have enough windows. We want a lot more daylight into those laboratories. So then we looked at another option where we rotated the labs wing out. So we've got north and south light, and it's connected with the pilot plant this way. And then they pointed out that the head of the facility sits right on the corner office in that adjacent building, and you just blocked his view. So we can't do that. So that was a bad idea. So then we said, oh, what if we do this? We'll take and put the research building on top of the pilot plant. This would be really cool. We'll have these great roof gardens and things like that. Wouldn't this be great? They said, oh my God, this is horrible. They said they already think we have, us guys in research have our heads in the clouds. You know? They said this is just going to reinforce to them. Now I'm sitting with a room full of scientists, and now all of a sudden they're talking in metaphors. Isn't that interesting? You know, they said if we're up above looking down on them, that's just what they're going to think. So this idea. So then we came back and kind of rotated the building, just said, hey, we're going to rotate this whole thing around so we keep that guy's view. And then they finally said, well, look, that linear lab building doesn't work. The people at the left end of the lab building never talk to the people at the right end. So we said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to turn the building back on itself. So we took that linear thing, we bent it around into a triangle where you have one side offices, one side a lab, one side a conference center. And this was the scheme everybody liked. So, by bending it away, we kept the view and all that stuff. So we did this. Now, these guys were in a hurry. They needed a full design and priced and budgeted in 6 weeks. So this was the first week, about 300,000 square foot facility. So in one full day of design sessions, we prepared a lot of these schemes before, but we're going through this, engaging all their stakeholders. We got to this solution in the first week. So we went back. In the end, we did the same thing on the detail of the labs. In each lab, we met with the lab users and did the same kind of process. And then finally, this is the final scheme that we got to at the end of week 5. You can see the building there. The original Gensler scheme had some curved walls on it, so they wanted curved walls to match what the board had originally approved. So we did that. You can see on the left, that's sort of the stack building, all those laboratory benches all laid out in the first 5 weeks, kind of an atrium scheme, where basically it's a half circle with a bridge in the middle, open stairs, and everybody's connected. And all their collaboration space that they programmed all ends up occurring inside that interstitial space around the atrium. So that's the facade. They love this idea that the glass facade would face the operations guys and say, look, we're transparent. Come on over and visit us, we're not hiding anything. So there you go. The section, the very complex building, let me see, is there a pointer here? That is, don't know what that is. All right, so anyway, I'll keep moving anyway, everybody's thirsty. So this is actually an image from something we're working on now at Canon Design. This is a research facility at Washington University. And one of the things that's interesting now is we're experimenting with computational design. So these are all iterations generated by an algorithm. Okay, so now about 99% of these things are correlates. I mean, you put, these algorithms are only as good as the parameters you put in them. They're pretty simplistic right now. But you can see this was generated in just, an hour or two or something, processing through a lot of different alternatives. A little plug for Canon Design, we just got acknowledged as one of the top 30 design firms in the world, which is really weird because there are only 2 architecture firms in the group, and there were things like Chobani and MIT, University, all kinds of weird people were in this group, so I don't know how we got in there, but I thought it was cool. Okay, third lesson. Meaningful experience. So you see, Steve, you recognize that up there, right? I saw this mid-70s, but I'm guessing it was written in early 70s, late 60s, something like that. So it says, Lecture 1, Intensity of Experience, Contrast and Correspondence. While intensity may be the singular quality or spatial experience which separates a building from architecture, it is the visual figuration of space by architects through seemingly simple yet often complex contrast and correspondences which intensifies experience. Those were introductory notes. I think this went through lots of iterations. I think in my time as a student, this evolved from intensity of experience to meaningful experience, and goodness knows all those decades later where it went. But, this intrigued me, and this is something I've been, wrestling with my whole career. A couple of the authors that Steve introduced us to back then with these notes, J.J. Gibson, who I believe taught at Cornell when you were studying there, right?
I did. I wasn't aware of it at the time.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah. So,
There's books later.
Yeah. I mean, The Ecology of Perception is really incredible book. I mean, I go back and try to, I can only little parts of it make sense to me, that's over my head. But his theory was very radical. And most of the common perceptual psychologists back in the 70s, when I think his last book was 79, none of them wanted to accept his ideas. And this goes back to what Katie was talking about with experience. None of them wanted to accept his ideas. They thought he was full of crap. What was interesting, most of his research came when he was working with the military during World War II, trying to understand how to help fighter pilots navigate their planes better and dogfight better and stuff like that.
Not crash into the ground.
Not crash into the ground, exactly. E.T. Hall, everybody's heard of him, I'm sure. But these guys talked about this idea again. You were mentioning architecture is not about buildings, it's about people. What I would say from Gibson is that architecture is about the interaction between buildings and people. So, and now Gibson's ideas have so much more grounding in reality. People are thinking that, from cognitive science, neuroscience, from robotics, AI, they're all seeing that his theory of perception is probably better than the one that's been used as the predominant theory. And his main idea is this idea of the theory of affordances. Stay back here a second. So the theory of affordances is this idea that the environment affords, an agent opportunities to do things. So there's this kind of very simple idea, but there's always been this argument, affordances are often seen in early classes as being very functional. A door, a chair affords you a chance to sit down. But it also, I think, this idea of affordances is really the basis of meaning and where things come from and how people experience the environment at a meaningful level, as well as how they experience it at this sort of functional or kind of operational level. And there's Tony Shimero's Cognitive Science. He wrote Radical Embodied Cognitive Science, very interesting guy. I talked to him a little bit. There's always this argument, where does the affordance exist? Does it exist in the environment or does it exist in the agent? And what Tony thinks is it's neither, but it exists in the interactions. And the interactions are real things, and then Carlo Rovelli, Italian physicist, says, when you really get down to the quantum level and all that, everything is interaction. So I guess, dumb architect, I'll buy that. This is a project we did, I worked on, this is in Southampton, England. There was a combination of 3 offices, the office in Pittsburgh that I worked in, our office in Glasgow, this is a former firm, and an office in London. So I was involved with the design team and chaired that. You can see it's a very complex, there was a clean room that had burned down. We were designing a replacement facility, very tight facility. The site sits right on the edge of campus. There's a forest preserve to the left. There's the main street above to the top, and residential across that street. So it's kind of a gateway. It's kind of a gateway into the city. And it also, you can see, it was this really difficult banging of 2 different grids of the campus together. And so, what am I doing? Thank you. The building the new building ended up being much bigger than the old building was. They added all kinds of new programs. We were kind of lead research people. And so we took an approach with the design to, again, try to break the building down, get it to read as smaller elements. The offices, the blue and the red are the offices that stack on top. The atrium stair connects to an existing building. That tall bar in the bottom there, that's actually all the mechanical space. So it's a vertical mechanical plant, very intense nano research going on in here, clean rooms, laser labs, a lot of crazy technical stuff. The meaning part of this kind of comes in, I don't know if you can see it or not, but one of the scientists was working on this really interesting fractal pattern. And we saw him working on it while we were in one of the design meetings, so we took the fractal pattern from the scientist and we put it on a facade. And I think you can see it on the glass. So it's this idea of using the science as part of the meaning and part of the symbol. I see somebody with their thumbs up.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Fractal here.
Mr. Fractal, oh good, we'll talk some more about this. This is another project. How are we doing time-wise? Okay, good. This project was for Industrial Scientific in Pittsburgh, very complex project. They were in 4 separate buildings. They wanted to come together, have manufacturing, research, all their administrative functions all in one level. So you can see up in the upper left, that's like 40 different iterations. This was a very difficult client, but a great client. The final solution on the bottom right, the section, you kind of get this big atrium space. Here's the building itself. These guys were a safety company. They started in the mining industry, so they wanted this black stone building. So we talked them into doing home finish, which is pretty unconventional, but we really liked the way the light came out. It came out great. One of the things they said is we want the manufacturing space to be as nice as the office space. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, north-facing light, the manufacturing space has all wall-to-ceiling glass. It's been great, and the coolest, and we've won a few design awards on this, but the cool thing about it was, the company won Manufacturer of the Year, and they said the first project that came out of this building got to market in half the time. And so buildings really can perform, it can make a difference for the users. We put in this 5-story stair, everybody thought nobody used it, but the CEO bought everybody Fitbits and they competed for steps, and you know, he was quoted as saying he saves 5 emails every time he takes a step. Last project. This is the National Graphene Institute in Manchester. Well, no, this is quite the last. But anyway, Manchester, England. Maybe it might just the last project. And it might be the last project. We're running out of time. Good. So in the lower left, you can see this kind of orange drawing. It's a little hard to read, but basically, graphene is a 1-molecule thick nanomaterial made out of graphite. And they're looking at commercializing that. The 2 guys who won the Nobel Prize for it, this is their lab. And so we wrap this building with this thin metal, perforated metal skin. And the thing that's cool about it is, you know, we folded it so that it would feel like it was very thin, so it's very much a direct metaphor for graphene. But also, we've punched holes in it. If you look at that upper left-hand image, we could do different things with the perforation, so all the scientific formulas that these guys use to develop graphene are all in the wall of the building. So not unlike with Bruce putting, you know, a bunch of writers' names on the outside of, you know, the bibliothèque Saint-Geneviève, you know, the same kind of idea, in a very different kind of approach. This is a project I didn't work on, but it was cool. This is a project that Canon Design did in Korea. You can see the logo, there's 3 leaves there. Now that logo really means something because they have 3 different business lines. And if you see the design of this, which, you know, won Lab of the Year last year, the building is actually an extrusion of the logo. So kind of a dumb idea, but actually if you do it well, it has a meaning, and it meant a lot to the users of the lab that they could represent each of their 3 business lines in the 3 towers. Now some needed bigger labs than others, so the towers are different heights, things like that. And then this is a project we're just working on now, I guess. Very simple, very cool client, very low budget, and that's a big issue. Is, you know, we don't always get these nice budgets, but we worked with that. This is a project that's under construction now. Again, they had their idea was they're a safety company. And they do inspections for building coatings, infrastructure, things like that. So they invented this thing called the KTA panel, which you see here. And it was one panel. This is a very simple invention going to transform this industry. It's a test panel with a little piece of channel welded onto it, and they have all these different things. So they can capture every possible condition that you have in any industrial paint coating application in one panel. So they can test that panel. So of course, in our entry to the building, we took the upside down channel and we put it over the entrance. Very simple ideas. The design of the building is really meant, they're big into foodie culture. The design, the center of the building is the kitchen. My maxims, just a couple quick things as we wrap up here. Number 1, don't mistake a client for a patron. Mainly, there aren't many patrons around. In architectural history, you learn about all these patrons, popes and princes and stuff. We have clients. A patron typically gets an architect and helps make them famous. A client wants us to help make them successful, not the other way around. So I think I became very satisfied once I stopped expecting clients to be patrons, and it made my career a whole lot easier. Design is a team sport. I want to make that point. I think that's pretty clear. These buildings are complicated. We don't do this alone. We don't think alone. Engagement with the client and having a good client, all those things matter. It's more complicated than you think. These buildings are getting more complicated. We're doing a lot of research on smart building technologies, By the time many of you guys are in school, this stuff is going to be there. It's kind of invisible technology, but it matters. We have to figure out how to use it. Design involves both creation and negotiation. Best idea in the world, if you can't convince your client to build it, you're stuck. So we have to learn how to speak into the listening, as I mentioned before. And then finally, we have to design the budget. I like some of the things we were talking about with low-cost projects. Architects' biggest bad reputation in the industry is we can't design architecture. And we need to learn how to do that if we want to keep, because people can make billions of dollars. And then, a little take on a quote from Shakespeare, transform necessities into virtues. A lot of times, every project's constrained. There's a lot of things that we can't do that we would like to do, but find a couple of leverage points so that you can do design. So, happy hour. Thank you.
Everybody relax, it's not happy hour yet. Can we get the panelists all to come up here, please? The presenters, please.
Do you want us all sitting back here?
Yeah, behind them.
Okay, I'll sit back
How about now? Okay. Okay, I'm Matt Bell. We're going to have a little panel discussion now. While Brian helps Steve get his presentation loaded, because we're going to end this with Steve having the last word, which strikes me as one of those ironies you generally don't have to print. If you know what I mean. First of all, let's have a round of applause for all the presenters. I've been keeping a list of all the topics people have hit on, and I just thought I'd read it because it's quite extraordinary. Architecture's precedent, related careers for architects, type and typology, social justice, archaeology, urban design, American urbanism, policy and placemaking, structural aesthetics, architecture and culture and people, drawing and representation, digital technologies and historical research, teaching pedagogy and teaching technique, foreign studies, learning by doing, drone flights, new urbanism, traditional architecture, development and incremental development and urbanism, housing, contextualism, incrementalism, computational design, professional ethics, theories of knowledge, experience, design process, and metaphors in place and culture. You guys got all that from Steve Hurtt? My goodness. I think it's an extraordinary tribute to Steve, and I was thinking about an appropriate metaphor for this. And I was thinking about all these folks. I was thinking about all these folks as those two knew that. I'll sit down here. I was thinking about all these folks as when they encountered Steve as little snowballs at the top of a mountain. And Steve sort of kicking the snowball down the mountain, and each of their careers snowballing into rather extraordinary things. And it made me think of something, I can't remember who said this to me, it might have been Steve once saying, the purpose of education is not to find the answers, but how to ask the questions. And I think there's been a lot of sort of really interesting ways in which questions have been put out here. So the first thing I want to do is open the floor up to students. Because I know the students have been patiently here all afternoon, and open the floor up and see if the students have any questions or observations that they want to ask of these folks, because they, believe it or not, were all where you guys are today at one point in their lives. So is there any, sort of observations? We can hand the microphone back if people have things they want to ask about some of the presentations. But we can come back to the students too. Hi, Steve. But we can come back to the students too. The thing I wanted to start off with you folks, and we have just probably about 20 minutes to do this, is to ask a question about the process of how you learn and how you take what you learn early in a career and grow it into it's a lifelong pursuit. Because it seems to me that one of the other things that's emerging here is the idea that you folks, there's a great deal of passion evidenced by everyone who spoke today, and how that was born for you and how it became something that you pursue every day. Because the purpose of education, obviously Steve played a great role in opening your eyes to things, but a lot of that is the initiative that you take to pursue things that somebody else starts you with. Any takers on that?
I'd start off by saying,
Is that on, Marcus?
can you guys hear me? Yeah. For me, learning has really been a journey of essentially just banging my head up against something until I get it. And that just works for me. I've learned about myself that I don't understand something on first glance, but I have to look at it, step away from it, look at it again, dissect it. Drawing really helps me, and so I advocate that for all architectural students. It's good to take pictures, but you never really understand the assemblage parts until you actually draw something, see how it goes together. So, for me, it's a combination of looking at drawing things and coming back to things constantly to understand it as you think it's supposed to be understood, but also to see things that haven't been seen yet. So, kind of really what you were talking about, that iterative process, and really looking at something and doing it over and over and over again, until you actually find something.
Certainly design process is a theme in the iterative process, something several of you guys all mentioned, and I know that's something near and dear to Steve in terms of teaching.
Yeah, and just as an old person up on the stage here, I'll just say, the learning should never stop. I mean, what I recognize is two things. One is the more I learn, the more I learn how much I don't know. And you tend to get humbler as you go along because you realize how much more there is to learn. The second thing is that it just drives me nuts how many times I've learned something and think, I finally learned something new, and then I remember, I think Hurtt talked about that.
He talks about a lot of stuff.
Right, he does talk about a lot of stuff. And I think that learning process needs redundancy. So the first time you read a book, you only get a small piece of it. You got to go back and look at things again. Go back and visit those cities over and over again. I mean, the last time I was in Siena, I just saw this amazing set of Gothic motifs that I had never noticed before, and just how I tied the whole city together with just a few simple moves with the windows. So I think you keep going back and realize you can always learn new things from learning too.
I was struck as well, BD, in your presentation by the idea of teaching as a joint enterprise. You're learning as much as the students are learning, and even though you have to be the professor and lead them, still there's a voyage of discovery that has to happen for the faculty member as well, and that it's not simply the business of you imparting knowledge, it's you also getting a great deal back in the course of the enterprise.
Yeah, and I think for me, it was knowing that moment of generosity that Steve gave to me when I said, I'm really interested in doing an American Studies approach, which had been my undergraduate degree towards the built environment. Could you help me with that? And then, there's a huge, massive amount of books. You're supposed to produce a syllabus as an independent study person. And then he looked at me and he said, well, why don't you just pick a book and I pick a book, and who cares if it's on the list? And the generosity of that moment, instead of him saying, here are the must-reads, you must read all these because this is the knowledge that you need to have. And I would have been fine with that because it probably would have been right? These are the things you must know. But allowing himself to be generous, that I find things along the way and bring them to him, it was discovery, and allowed me as an educator in my future life to sort of pay that forward, to recognize that I am always a student, even when I am in the role of professor, and that a student might bring something to me that I don't know about. And as we are in the midst of the 21st century, there's plenty, right, of the known unknowns and all that the students know first, but they don't know how to apply it, or they don't know how to deepen it, or they don't know how to be critical of it. And I think that moment of co-production. The other thing is that Steve gave me a sort of a love for knowledge being public. Again, coming out of different disciplines before I arrived at architecture, knowledge was very private. It was between you and the professor, right? Because you either wrote a paper that only that person read, or you did lab sets or lab work that only that person, you took a test and they only know if you excelled or did poorly. And his ability to make sure that, not just in studio but in other classes, that it was publicly shared. That you're not only co-producing it between the traditional hierarchy of professor and student, but with your peers. That the uniqueness of an architectural education and your ability to continue that as you move forward in your professional career was acknowledging the publicness of it, and that you would grow and become better at what you're doing if you are willing to be public about the things you're grappling with and learning, even though technically now you're an expert, right? I'm an expert, so I'm not supposed to show that I don't know things. So if you're not being public about your knowledge or your lack thereof, you're not actually going to grow and deepen your knowledge.
But by the way, I'm pretty sure that some of the books you and Steve are trading back are still up in Steve's office. So I'm willing to bet if you can find them, it's another matter. Anybody else on this?
I would say too, it's important to honor your curiosity and not feel that you have to be able to explain and justify your actions in the moment. If you are engaged in a process or an exploration, that's meritorious enough. My career shifted a lot in ways unexpected. I was urged to teach for years, and I swore it off indefinitely as a devoted practicing architect. And the teaching, the classroom, working with students and doing research were things I pursued in my free time and the non-career pursuit. And it changed over time. And so let your ideas emerge, give them space without having them have to have a title.
By the way, I think it's interesting that this panel is composed of academics and practitioners. Do you all think, and people who probably, like Marcus, defy description in some respects, I guess you're a developer now, but I wonder if that line is blurring now more in the profession between, the sort of traditional ways we used to think about it and today.
I'm about to say something about that. Yeah, I had a second career starting here in Maryland, so for me it was a big shift because I was having a very small practice, like single family houses, and all my urban design experience was either teaching it or reading. I was really a kind of book nerd. That's why I learned about all you guys here from a distance. But then now I started to bring together here in Maryland, back in Argentina, the active teaching where you lead teams of students and you try to induce them to produce ideas that they don't know they could have, or to integrate disciplines. Like right now I teach an urban economics class. So I blend all the professions that could get into urban developments, like economists, urban designers, architects, sociologists, etc. And they kind of force them to coming together to develop something. But then at the professional level, or now I'm working for the government with design teams, I try to do the same thing. And what I try to do is to first let them do what they think they know, what they want to do, and then by an iteration process and editing their ideas or complementing them with whatever they don't have, just to let the process inform itself, not close it at any time. Until you have a deadline, obviously you have to produce. I think this, as you say, is blending academics and the practice, because it's always an open learning process. You never know who's going to bring the next information that's going to make the project better.
But even you, Joe, to a large degree, I was amazed at that book, the aesthetics of, what was it called again?
Tall building aesthetics.
So tall building aesthetics. I mean, you may not be a college professor, but that certainly looked like a book a college professor would write.
Well, the compilation, I was editing it, so.
But nonetheless, it was new territory, right?
But here's the thing that I learned from that little project, which is I think you said something about paying things forward. You learn from people, and then you're obligated to behave like that. I get a list of those guys to call. Architect, engineer. These people are, and this is back when you called people. There was no email. You could have written a letter, and maybe that would take weeks. But
On a rotary phone.
Yeah, on a rotary phone.
Plugged into the wall.
With a little pink while you were out there.
Every one of those very well-known engineers, I took my call, but instantly said, yes, I'll do that. I was stunned.
So you filled the need in some respects by just pushing the little snowball downhill.
Yeah, but what I learned, and I behave like that too. I mean, a young person rings up to want to meet with me, no problem. I'll make time for them. And I think it's a message to all of you out there. Don't be afraid to reach out to people and ask their advice and go see them. Seriously, it works. And everyone here would agree with me on that, I'm sure. And that took a long time to find that out myself, but like 10 years. But so learned it a little bit earlier. But that's actually how I've learned a lot, is just through meeting with people unafraid to share stories with me. And I would say that I do the same now, many years later.
And really quickly to the point about blending professions, my career sort of changed as I began to learn more about how the systems of things work. And I had a thirst for the knowledge of the stuff that was behind the scenes in terms of architecture. So, if I'm designing something on a piece of paper, I really wanted to know what were the economics behind this thing actually getting done. And so it kind of harkens back to, again, I'm a stick with the precedent. It kind of harkens back to an architect of the more Gilded Age, where the architect was not only the aesthetic master, but he was also one that had ideas regarding structuralism, or had ideas and an awareness of economy and things like that. So the architect was really more like a polymath. In a sense, and I think that our profession is starting to change now. And to your point, Jeff, about going forward, the architecture profession, I think, needs to find what the relevancy of the profession is in order to sustain itself going forward, because things are changing, the profession is changing, and we need to figure out how to keep our profession relevant going forward, and that may be simply just requiring additional knowledge outside of the formal principles that we get educated on here in the studio setting, which is what I had to do. Is go out and get those additional pieces of information to kind of complete the puzzles in my mind of how this built environment that the system of built environment that we've constructed for ourselves, how that actually works.
What I was struck by, Marcus, by your talk was the extent to which you had posed a very interesting sort of thesis about here's the kind of places I like and the kind of architecture I'm interested in, but I need to figure out why things happen or don't happen in order to be able to pursue these things. And without that design framework about what the value system that you espouse in your talk, it's very hard to sort of focus the question. It's right, the picture you showed of different ways to develop one urban block and what really serves the needs of the community, that sort of intersected very interestingly with economics, with the power of design to transform place, which I think is really an extraordinary lesson, and a lesson for everybody, which is go beyond the sort of I like, I don't like. Let's get into the why doesn't it happen, and what do you have to do to make it happen.
And I just liked his idea about polymath. I gave a little presentation to the AA a few years ago to distinguish, people think of architects as like dilettante. When they think of generalists, they think of dilettante. And I made a real clear distinction. We're not dilettantes, we're polymaths. We have to know about people, we have to know about buildings, we have to know about sites, we have to understand a lot of different things, but they all come together through through one thing. I think that's the definition of Paul. So I like that.
We have a question or comment over there. If I walk, I'll kill that speaker there, and we don't want to do that. Go ahead, please.
I'll just yell.
She can get no.
So one of the things I noticed in all your talks, in your evaluation of what lessons you learned from Steve, you really had to do this sort of meta-analytic activity of understanding what you knew. And so as students, it would just be really interesting to know how often did you actually kind of take a breather to take stock of the things that you did know and didn't know and figure out, like, well, where are the holes and how do I have a more polymathic outlook and kind of just, take a pulse.
Yeah. We're going to need the microphone back.
So for me, it's usually small moments. It's usually propagated by a very specific task that one might need to do. So as an educator, that task might be, oh shit, semester's about to start, I need syllabi. Now the easiest thing for me to do is just pull out the file. Whether at the beginning of my career it was the literal file, now it's the digital file. And then just say, I can make this work, I've done this before. But I made a conscious decision to make sure I wasn't just doing the same studio over and over again, but to use those moments of crafting a course to be critical of what I've done before, what I don't know, or what I want to know more about, what was successful or unsuccessful. Now, do I do that every single term with every single class? No, I'm not a superhero, I'm a working mom. maybe the definition of a superhero for some, but I think for me it was when I had a very concrete task, to use that concrete task not just as a get it done moment, but how can I be self-critical about moving myself forward, because I want to keep learning, right? I mean, I'm a nerd that way, that's why I'm an educator.
Reminds me of a comment somebody made about a particular college that was out of the Boston sort of DC axis. It was in a remote location, and said, it's the kind of place where you can sit and think about things for a while and don't feel like you have to produce, so that it elevates over time your thinking. And I think that's an interesting question about how you take the time out. But you don't always have to be innovating. I think it's this question of how do I take the things I'm interested in and find different ways to see them without having to pass judgment over them every single day. Anybody else on that one?
Yeah, just in the transition between practicing full-time and teaching full-time, I studied geography and then was so moved by it that I went on to get a degree in landscape architecture, and I thought, now I have to do the portfolio. And I went through all my past work, in which I've been producing portfolios for a long time for various teaching and practitioner roles. And what I never saw before was a rather extensive body of work of landscape drawing. And I had it there all the time and I never saw it. So that task-based realization is more true than you realize. You think, I don't have time, or I can't learn that fast, but it's the pressure of the task, I think, that transforms your understanding of what you already know or have done.
I'm going to go in the opposite direction. At the end of 2015, I was short of work, so I was thinking about taking time out. And I got hired for the government and just got re-elected. And the funny thing is, by having this position in the government where I could talk to everybody that I wanted to talk to, I never could because I couldn't reach them. I had the opportunity to get exposed to the whole construction industry in Argentina for the first time. So my most intense moment of work was the moment I found to really understand many things of how the construction industry works and the people who manufacture construction materials and trying to push them into the direction of sustainability and green materials. And it became the moment when I could learn at the most intensity. It was a paradox, but it worked pretty well.
Yeah, I think problems oftentimes lead to learning. I mean, I remember we did this award-winning project out west, and the wall leaked, and I found myself in a room for 4 days with 20 lawyers, and one of whom was on my side in depositions. And after that, I decided to become an expert on building envelope design. So, you know, and I think what you said in your talk, Katie, you know, let your curiosity take you where you want to go. And sometimes it's problems that force you to go a certain way, but a lot of times it's like, oh, if you're interested in something and it doesn't seem, you don't know why, follow that interest, and I think it'll make sense.
You were out of the room, Steve. Jeff's point about curiosity to where you want to go. That's the list of all the different topics people talk about today. That's pretty amazing. I mean, that's, you know, just with architecture and design and culture and a little bit of a push, it's amazing the extraordinary breadth of things people have brought to this presentation. So maybe what we ought to do is see if there's one more question from the audience. And anybody else? Any other folks there have any questions? Sure? Yes. Yes, Professor Francis.
Your brain will integrate this stuff. Just with curiosity, your brain makes jumps into new ideas that bring stuff together. Just trust your brain.
Well, I think that's something, if I saw a thread that you all were referring to about sort of the things you learned from Steve, is the ability to make connections between different sets of ideas. That it's not simply a discipline that has a finite boundary, but your cultural studies and your site studies and you know, the business of development and urban design and how it impacts all these different things. It's not simply a linear path. These things have a kind of cyclical and intertwined relationship that is quite rich and complex, and not something that just has an ending. It just, the more you know, the more it opens.
I was just going to say, I think that one of the most powerful perspectives that Steve has brought to me to architectural education is that architecture is one of the greatest ways to engage a liberal education. And that for most of the, most outsiders to the profession of architecture look at it as being a kind of technical discipline. As they ask you if you're good at math or if you're good at drawing. But the real question ought to be, are you good at thinking? Because it's really about thinking at the end of the day. And what Steve, I think, opened my eyes to is a piece of literature could be as valuable as a precedent for architecture as could a corner of a building by Schinkel or Mies. That it was equally all about a whole body of ideas that could help to inform moving something forward. And I think that's something to be really thankful for. It's not just simply about, corner details, flashing, and it's not just simply about the golden section, but it's about a whole range of ideas between those things that are really, truly culturally meaningful ideas.
So with that, one more round of applause for the panelists. Brian said to me, you got to dismiss the panel and introduce Steve. I don't know how to introduce you, Steve, other than to tell you've been introduced pretty well by these folks. I don't know how much of the people here know your bio, but you have 2 degrees from Princeton and 1 degree from Cornell. What they might not know is that you invented a course in teaching urban design to planners, partially because you were frustrated and demanded to do so. And apparently you were told by Colin Rowe at the time that you were so passionate about it that Colin said to you, well, Steve, if you feel that way, you need to go read the poem, The Charge of the Light Brigade, because that's what it's going to be like. The challenge is going to be like that. But it's successfully invented that. Some of you may not know, you students may not know, that Steve has designed football stadiums, right? He was football and baseball stadiums there. Right, part of the design team for that. He used to draw huge wall sections in his office. He did a number of historic preservation projects in South Bend, one of the most significant ones in South Bend when you were practicing there. He came here as dean in 1990. 1990 as dean and served in that capacity until 2004, right, where you returned to the faculty. You then had a series of visiting professorships at Notre Dame in Rome, kind of back and forth for a while. Who wouldn't want that, right? Lucky to go back to Rome there. And let's see, did the addition to your own house and discovered clever ways not to cause structural problems with a rather complex design there that I remember talking with you about, right? And retired from the faculty last April, right? And Steve's had a long career in teaching, he's had a long career in practice, and by way of introduction, the only thing I can say is I was lucky enough to be Steve's student. I was fortunate enough that he came here as dean. He's been a great friend, a great mentor, and I know that my career would not be nearly as full and fulfilled as it would be if I hadn't had Steve there, in particular guises that I've had as a professor in the practice of architecture. So Steve, you're up now, and then you're the person who's between everybody and the drinks.
You don't want to do the merge of it. It's quite this one? No. This one? The headset. The headset. Okay. Janet Jackson headset. Take one.
I guess I thought by the time
We're going forward. Do you want me to change the slides for you? No, we'll be done in 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. So I got a little. I'm used to using a really loud voice when I lecture, so thanks. Every teacher should have this kind of experience. I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable to sit here and, you know, listen to people talk about the kind of impact you had on their life over time. I think it rarely happens. I don't get emails about this stuff, you know. It did remind me, we talk a lot about this guy, Colin Rowe, and I'll talk about him a little bit today myself. But when Kelly started talking about this, it made me think of another professor that I had at Cornell, who was actually several, that were really important to me. And I wasn't sure that the guy knew that. So I looked him up, and lo and behold, he was still alive. And I sent him a note, you know, and I got a great note back from him. This is John Reps, who wrote a terrific book, The Making of Urban America, among, what, I don't know, a dozen others or whatever, teaching in the planning program. And I got this great note back telling me, one, hey, I should come visit, which I still intend to do. He's 96 years old, and he's still going to the office every day, working on this, you know, continuous projects. How great is that? You know, and I thought, you know, Carol tells me I'm retired, but, you know, there's that keep working deal, and that, you know, maybe he's the model that I need to follow. This is going to be a tension for Carol and I. Carol, stand up, would you please? The mother of my children, of whom there are three, which reminds me that for me, an awful lot of what I learned about teaching studio came from having kids. I started, you know, at a certain point, I don't know, when you're 3 or whatever, you begin to think that you don't really know what the hell you're doing. And so maybe you start reading a whole bunch of stuff about child behavior and teach, you know, this and that and the other thing, and you find out about things like positive reinforcement
You know, and having the child endure the consequences of their actions rather than the parent enduring the consequences of the child's actions and stuff like that. And then the really great one was about how their intuition just outstrips your rationality, you know, at every single possible turn. And that they really know how to play mom off against dad. You know, they know who to go ask to get what, you know, that kind of stuff. And then I went into the studio and realized, gee, it's kind of just like that. And that we needed to behave, you know, as teachers, we needed to behave like that, you know, to architecture students who were in this completely, most of them, this completely new situation, the studio, which they're largely completely unprepared for in terms of what kind of previous educational experiences that they've had. And so what are they really doing? They're relying on all the stuff that they learned before, which is not really doing them very much good, you know, and trying to sort their way, you know, through this mess. So you have my sympathy. The fabulous thing here, I think, for you, obviously, to say it again, is a phenomenal number of routes there are that you might possibly follow in a life of architecture, you know, that starts here in this studio. I want to start my deal off here, which I intend mainly to follow the pattern of what you've seen today, just talking about what my career's been like. Like them, I've been blessed. But I started thinking about this thing once again, about studio. And I don't want to miss any of these points. That's Val Sherry. I'm you know, talking to her about her project there, and it struck me what a miracle the architectural education experience, particularly in studio, is, and the extent to which it's often a real collision of ideas. That this form of education is one, as I said, you're rarely prepared for. That there's a very heavy emphasis on the visual, whereas most of your education is verbal and mathematical. It also requires lots of problem-solving decision-making. You're constantly having to make decisions about what you're doing. Problem-solving decisions based on complex but generally inadequate information to make any solution which could be unequivocally the correct one. I mean, they're just, you know, forget it. There aren't any of those. It requires you to engage both the humanities and the sciences and the technologies, upon which you have to determine a whole bunch of priorities, and then arrive at a highly definitive conclusion. And then it requires you to present your work in public. Listen to people who are generally know much more than you do. Talk to you about your project. And even though you've done your best, invested a great deal of energy in this project, sometimes even believe quite deeply in what they have done, despite all that, you're expected to distance yourself from the project in order to do what?
Do it again.
Learn. All in all, not easy. But also, as we've seen this afternoon, a great preparation for not just architecture, but for life, real life. Great preparation for real life. Now, I said something about the collision course because I think that you've also heard, fundamentally, it took me a while to figure this out, pretty much all of us, when we start out with architecture, come to it for very, very different ideas about, why we're doing this particular thing. And one of the things that you've seen is the extent to which the folks all up here followed, their particular interest or line of instinct and inclination. Even if it wasn't clear what it is, they still followed it and tend to end up in those places in their life's pursuit, which is really our great aspiration for all of you. It can be a collision oftentimes between faculty and students because we have a bunch of required stuff that we're supposed to teach you to deliver and a set of ways of going about it. And lots of times that's not what you're really interested in or what you're trying to get at. So this kind of collision sort of deal. And that starts me off, I think, on what I want to talk about, which we've got the work. I'm sorry.
We're worked up now. We're ready to go. We're there with you, Steve.
Hang in there. Now, Brian, I want you to know that. So the year that I was in Rome with Kelly and Katie and Pat back there somewhere. What did FJ say? Well, I was fierce. Well, she got fierce. Okay, so Carol became known as Saint Carol. Our two children that we had with us at that point were then, I think, 11 and 8.
And at 21, we were much older than that.
Yeah. And Carol was pregnant with number 3, who was born right at the end of the year there in Rome. Okay, so collision. And what am I doing now? How do I work this? What do I push? The one with the little, that one there?
Forward.
Okay, so what am I doing now? What am I working on right now? And then how does that tie into, the pattern of my life, basically? And so what I'm doing right now is I'm working with 2 other guys on this book called The Urban Design Legacy of Colin Rowe, whose name obviously you've heard a couple of times. It's being co-edited by me and 2 other people, Jim Tice and Antonio Pietro Latini. You'll remember Latini's name because he taught here last semester. He taught the urban design sequence last semester. He's really the guy that got us going on this massive project. It will be a book that has 30 chapters. It's going to come in at something over 500 pages, full color. It is a slog, but we hope to have it done this coming spring. It's going to be terrific. Wait for it. How did that happen? Well, those first 2 degrees that came from Princeton were between beginning in 1959 through 1963. Modern architecture had come to maturity, and one might say that, or it was at least adolescent, and it was really, really awkward, and it was having a really, really bad impact on cities. And I thought I wanted to be be an architect, but I sure as hell didn't want to be doing any of the stuff that looked like that. But this is basically what we're being taught. So I was on a collision with my educational experience in that sense. It was, frankly, not a very good education. It was just, you know, it didn't have any real content to it. You know, you got a project and they told you to do the project and you weren't really sure why. And you turned it in, you got a grade back. Weren't really sure why you got that grade, etc. Nothing like what you're currently experiencing. The first 2 years, no reviews, no public presentations, you know, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I was clearly looking for something else. The emphasis is on individual buildings, completely separate from any context. What apparently I was interested in was, as somebody else said here today, the relationship between buildings and how buildings feed spaces together and things like that. And the models for me were good cities like Washington, D.C., and good campuses like Princeton campuses and so on. Nobody ever talked about those things. I mean, it was nuts. Lo and behold, this was the moment in time when this thing called urban design was actually being invented. A bunch of historians had gotten together, recommended it. AIE people went around to a bunch of schools of architecture and suggested they ought to teach this thing called urban design. There wasn't any particular discipline, so a bunch of professors started going in different directions with this thing. I got lucky, and I went out to the Cornell University graduate program, brand new graduate program in urban design. I've been going for 3 or 4 years. And they were doing stuff that looked like this. Whoa. Wow. The thing on the left is Buffalo Waterfront Project, which the studio was in the process of completing when I got there. You can see that the buildings are still sort of big modern architecture buildings, but there's something else going on here. There's continuity with the existing urban block structure that slides through. There's a lot of attention to the existing geometries of the city. There's a high resolution of the forms and relationship of one thing, you know, to another. I mean, it's a highly ordered situation. There's something else going on here, which it looks like some of the work that you see in late Cubism. And why was that? Why was that? Was for 2 reasons. One was because the sort of very fundamental approach had to do with perception psychology, that it had been impacting painting, and that one of those qualities or characteristics was the interaction between what we generally refer to as figure versus the field, or figure versus the background. And that stuff was going on. At the same time, we were critical of it for a whole bunch of reasons, but we thought something really, really important was going on. I mean, this was a real challenge to modern architecture in terms of theoretically what this proposition was. And there were 4 of us in the studio that started talking about, why didn't this thing have a name? And why can't we get this name out there and actually have it have an impact on the way things, make it a challenge to the way people are thinking about architecture? And, you know, we were immature, we were kind of kidding around, and we were sort of half serious and really serious. And Tom Schumacher started referring to it as Juan Gris Roman, Juan Gris making reference to the Cubist painter Juan Gris, and the Roman thing because of Colin Rowe's interest in the city of Rome, the building plan, and so on. Fred Coder was calling it collision city, collage city. Stuart Cohen and I were calling it contextualism for the obvious reason of our fascination and concern about the context. And we were also arguing that it was an intuitively understood term, whereas collage city, collision city were esoteric, maybe even elitist. And And so what happened? Fred Coder later was working really hard with Colin Road to put the book together, which became Collage City. And the ideas there are far more complex at one level than a lot of the stuff we talked about in the studio. It's really great. But the book didn't come out. They were working on the book between 1970 and 1973, but the book didn't come out until 1978. Meanwhile, Tom Schumacher, why contextualism? Why do we think contextualism was a critical idea? There were several reasons. One, making relationship to the existing texture of the city, made up in a physical context, as Pablo talked about, urban morphology, building typologies, and the cultural context as well, because at this time, 1966, Robert Venturi had just published his book, Complexity and Contradiction in Architecture, which was a major challenge to the standard aspect of modern architecture, Mies, less is more. Robert Venturi said less is a bore. In both cases, both the urban stuff we were looking at was historical. Venturi was putting forth, historical stuff, references in both his books and his architecture. 1971, Tom Schumacher wrote an article called Contextualism, Urban Ideals, and Deformations. It gets out there in the literature. 3 years later, Stuart Cohen wrote an article called Physical Context, Cultural Context, Including It All. Physical context, the urban morphology. Cultural context, the iconographic, cultural aspects of this idea of contextualism. And then there are a bunch of Rowe students who also wrote a series of essays and illustrated these ideas. And this material then became very, very useful as teaching material in studios and schools of architecture by any number of people who picked up on this stuff, much as Pablo just described. And it began to have a real, impact. I made a note here at the bottom because I thought to Google contextualism, don't do it. Because nobody has picked up on any of this stuff. It's a bunch of just kind of random miscellaneous, I think it relates to this, by this, and not very good stuff. For all the complexity of Colin Rowe's ideas, the fundamental idea is a really simple one, which he illustrates with this. He talks about this sort of tension between buildings wanting to be perfect, ideal buildings, and the importance of well-defined urban space as a civic realm. And points out that in modern architecture there's a huge conflict between these two things because the emphasis on the perfect building tends to be destructive to the background context material. And that you really need to have both. And then he takes one step further in the illustration of Sanagnese, which is in Piazza Duomo, of course, and talks about the extent to which it's the kind of reconciliation where the building maintains its presence, but it's not disruptive to the continuity of the space. That there's a reciprocal relationship between the two. It's something that's hard to do, but it's figuring out which role is the appropriate one to play. Is it just simply one of the background buildings wrapping around the space? Is it the independent figural building sitting out the landscape, or is it the mediation that plays in the two as some Ignatius goes. Leon Career simplified it about that same time, and I'm sure many of you have seen this image, the res publica, the res privata. It takes both things. One of the things that's interesting here about this diagram is that it comes so close to looking like a whole bunch of American cities, particularly when smaller ones that are comparatively dense, a place like Alexandria, Virginia, right across the river, places like Savannah, Georgia, dozens and dozens and dozens of cities, you know, throughout our country. A very, very valuable diagram. One of the aspects of this stuff is that both of these guys are saying, look back at history, pull these lessons out of history and apply them. And that's been the general theme and the general pattern. And it was the pattern in the studio too. That, you know, 1966 is, you know, Buffalo project on the left-hand side, by what, 10 years later, projects are looking like the project on the right-hand side, where clearly the students have shifted and are now really looking back at historical urbanism and then applying those models rather than only accessing the imagery from modern architecture. A very important transition. So the revolution idea at the height of modernism was to look at historic examples for these various lessons. Contextualism in a way, say by other names, regionalism, genius loci, place, you know, call it what you want. It's the same fundamental underlying idea. And between the 90s and 80s, most of the references in terms of urban design were European cities, but we were also discovering that the U.S. had a pretty rich urban history also. One among many of those that interested me, and I say one, because I've looked at a whole bunch of them, which seemed particularly useful in terms of teaching architecture in a way that combined landscape and also looked seriously at the issue of both the figural and the background building, was evident in two ways. One, mainly at the City, in terms of material in the City Beautiful movement, which is part of the broader context of U.S. urbanism, stuff that looks like this. And if you go pull out one of the City Beautiful books, like the Bargain Plan for Chicago, you quickly find the extent to which calling it City Beautiful is very much of a misnomer, because it deals with all kinds of engineering information in terms of upgrading the city, water systems, transportation systems, the whole ball of wax. I mean, you know, it's all there. At the same time, there's also this fantastic structure having to do with urban space and parks. They're really of two kinds. They're both the classical, what I call classic, and they're also the romantic park kinds of space with illustrations like these. And I looked at this stuff and I thought to myself, you know, you can analyze this stuff, you can teach this. You can actually teach this stuff. So I started teaching. First opportunity I had, which was actually at the University of Ohio, in Athens, Ohio. Did I meet you that day of reception? There you go. I taught a studio where we sort of did that stuff. I didn't have enough sense to take photographs of material. If I did, I couldn't possibly find them. As you know, anybody who's seen my office knows. But just like any other formal discipline, you know, it's simply a matter of examining this stuff, looking at it carefully, attempting to imitate it. I know this sketch, the messy play sketch here. I actually asked the student if I could take photographs of that. This is Aman Zaman from, you know, I don't know, 10 years ago or whatever. And just look at those more carefully. You know, there they are again. You know, this was like in the first 2 hours. Okay, in other words, I showed him a bunch of images, I described the differences between a classic and romantic landscape. And I said, remember how you used to have to learn to write, sort of just start doing this. And, the big deal here is that the rooms around they're still connected with each other in a bunch of ways and stuff. And this is the simple version of it. And then maybe, in something like 2.5 to 3 weeks, you could get up to this level. This is a student in one of those summer programs at Catholic U, sometime around 1980. That's the Catholic University campus. And you can see that they're manipulating, and they had a certain number of buildings, I can't remember, they had 10 or 15 buildings or whatever, but also developed the landscape. I said, did you do this project?
I did. It's not this one, that's not this.
Similar, okay. Similar. How about that?
And that's for real today.
Just had labs.
You doing this?
That might have that.
Just had labs.
Yeah, well, of course. More recently, one of those years that I was teaching in Rome, I did the project again with this group, mixed group of graduate students, some in their first degree, some in their second degree. And I had them do the landscape first, which I don't have a record of, and then I had them do it as a canvas, and then make it more dense, which is to make it urban, right? And you can see it. These are quite highly developed, sophisticated compositions. And for the campus one, especially, you can see that there's a number of axes, number of figural spaces, and a real clear hierarchy of buildings, which is the next point, to make, is to introduce that idea in the studio about there being a hierarchy of buildings. And the one you happen to be working on might not be the most important one. Oh, gee, wow, how about that? It could actually be a background building, and that would be okay. It's close up to the same thing. And I did have one from a number of years ago. We did this project on a studio here at Maryland, senior year. Did this project. We used the Walter Reed site, which is quite a complex scientific topography, which is really great, because you got to learn a lot about contours and stormwater management, all that stuff, while you're also doing the strategies for these different landscapes. And again, making a campus, a diversity of buildings. We just basically said, make a liberal arts campus, a range of buildings, so on and so forth, avoid the specific, idea of a program. And you can use any style of architecture you want. You can use any style of architecture you want. It just has to be comparatively highly developed, sketch it out. And then later on, we would pick a building from this and develop the building. This is another illustration by the same student, Lindsay Dix, is her name, Lindsay Dix. Okay, now I want to shift. I want to shift and talk about how this impacted my experience directly on the campus here at Maryland. So I showed up here in 1990 after teaching at Notre Dame for 17 years. Got invited to come here by Dean as Dean. This was like going to heaven. Why? Because I could see that there was a high degree of correspondence between things that were going on with the existing faculty and the kinds of things that I was interested in, and that I could connect with the university at every level, from the students through the faculty, to the upper administration. And in my interview, I said actually to the president that I would like to be involved with campus planning and architectural decisions and so on and so forth, just kind of throw it out there, Joe, you said something that, make it, And when I got to campus, they just completed a master plan Brian Kelly and I sat down, looked at it, wrote a critique. I sent it off to the president and the vice presidents. Didn't hear a word until I got invited by the head of facilities to come sit in on a design review of a project, and found myself in a room. There were only 2 architects and probably 15 people. And the other 13 people were all engineers. And the architect was swinging at pillows. I mean, he was trying to figure out what the heck to do, and he was looking for some guidance, some architectural guidance, and he was getting none. You know, it's like, here's the line around the site, make a building there. You know, and I began to wonder, well, how'd they pick that site? You know, and then I found out that basically the presidents and vice presidents sat around and they said, well, why don't you put it there? And then they sent that down to facilities, and facilities drew a line around it. You know, the engineering guys drew a line around it. That was it. You know, and it was clear that there were better ways to do this, right? I got involved with facilities. I was seen as useful somehow. And then after a number of years, and so much of this is serendipity, it's just unbelievable. So I didn't know that the president of the university's son and daughter-in-law had gone to architecture school. I didn't know that. I'm walking up the campus one day, he comes out of the building and he walks over to me and they're starting a project for a new performing arts center, and he says, what do you think about having a competition for the performing arts center? And I went, gulp. Because, you know, if you look at the literature, you realize that most of these open competitions, that the project gets selected as the next spaceship that landed or whatever, and all the alumni are really upset about it, you know, and then the dean feels like he has to support the faculty because the faculty are in love with the goddamn thing, you know, and so the dean has to resign, you know, fall on his sword. But at the same time, you know, it was really a great idea, you know, put the school out front, you know, get a great design, so on and so forth. So I said, well, let me think about that, I'll get right back to you. What we figured out was to have an invited design competition, so that a number of people were going to get pre-selected. But I mean, you know, we advertised the thing, we got something like 40 qualified firms here. We got it down to 10, then we got it down to 5. We paid them $50,000 a piece to, you know, do their projects. The Dean of Arts and Humanities was great. They all presented here in the architecture school with students in attendance. You know, really terrific. The building is the Performing Arts Building, run by Maura Ruby-Udell, in association with Air St. Rose in Baltimore.
One of our classmates was the field architect.
Who is it? There you go. That's right. I forgot about that. Fabulous building. It's made a huge difference for the, you know, performing arts program. Long story. Just about this time, and I've been working then with facilities, particularly with Brenda Testa, and just about this time, Bill Mallory, who's here, put your hand up, Bill, showed up, became the staff for facilities management, facilities planning. And then the next person showed up as Dan Hayes. Is Dan Hayes here? There he is. These guys have done just a boatload of work with the campus. We convinced the campus that it would be a good idea if we had design guidelines for the entire campus, that there were sub-districts that were distinct, that we would make design guidelines for those sub-districts. There were 9 of them. And that we should have a design review board as well, and that we needed a third thing, which we really needed to have district plans, because there was this big giant gap between the facilities master plans that came along once every 10 years, you know, looked at again once every 5, just kind of an update, and what happened with the individual building. And they bought into that idea also. So we began to do these district plans around campus. Some of those are with contracts with the architecture school that involved faculty. Matt Bell did one, Brian Kelly did one with Frank Schlesinger, Lise Goodall did one, I did one. You know, we did all kinds of different things with you guys. We did charrettes, we did this, we did that. Let's just get back to landscape. The campus has got the same kind of landscape strategies, classic and romantic, as the City Beautiful movement does. We described several other ones, but those are really the core. The classical one is clear. The romantic one is less clear on the campus, but we thought this is something we can talk about, that people can explain, we can illustrate it, and we can use that as a base, you know, for where we're going, and then I'll show you a project. This is what the area that we occupy on the campus used to look like before the Mayor Quad got developed, before Moat Lane Garage got developed, the business school.
Point out where we are, Steve.
Here's the architecture. Here's the business school. With us. This is Wycomico, Caroline. Up here is Anne Arundel Hall with its cupola. The provost, so I served, you know, those two presidents and 6 provosts in 14 years, and they kept allowing me to do this stuff. And when the provost by the name of Greg Jaffrey came, he had the idea of going around visiting deans in their offices. And he came and visited me, and I told him all about the school and what we were doing and so on and so forth. And then we were done, and I said, "Can I walk you back to your office?" And he said, "Sure." And so we walked up the top of the hill, and we stopped, and we looked down over these, you know, abandoned tennis courts and parking lots and whatever. And I said, "You know, this could be a great mall, which would be a terrific way to organize some of the new buildings we're trying to make here on the campus. And if the campus has got a main axis, it's clearly the Kelvin Mall and so on, which really is a focus on Anne Arundel. And there's the Anne Arundel Tower over there. And you can see that we could make this cross-axial connection up here to it. And he looked at me and he said, "Oh, kind of like a transept." Whoa! Yeah. So he got it. And
There's a paper. That's a paper.
That's a really good point. That's a patron, he said. You know, somebody knowledgeable about the situation.
Those were the days.
And so then it was a matter of reinforcing this idea, and there's just a couple of slides here. One, the kind of thing that you're totally doing and aware of. One, the diagram of it down there at the bottom, and then the primary vistas that we're going to basically structure the whole thing. So the north-south mall focused up on the Anne Arundel at the top of the hill. The potential vista all the way to the chapel tower, which you can actually see if you're standing in the right place in the gap between the South Dining Hall and the frac. And then the possibility of a long continuous walk between all the way from the business school all the way up to Washington Quad. The trick was then to make additional drawings that kept this idea clear, because boy, did it get challenged over and over again. I mean, the business school, you know, the addition of business school didn't start that way. It was just a wing out right in the middle of it. It was like, what? You know, let's see, they did a parking garage study up where they're now doing the new, football, whatever it is, up there. They were going to put a 2,500 car, 5-story parking garage on a high point of campus. Great. We convinced them, we said, you're trying to make more of a pedestrian campus. It's probably not a good idea. Campus is going to expand. What about making a bunch of smaller parking garages peripherally? People can drive to campus, get out of the car, start walking around. Seemed like a good idea. So Moab Garage became the model, for that situation. And you can see in Prince William dorm, follows the L-shaped configuration, in this plan to keep that kind of vista clear. There's probably way more landscape in this space than is really helpful to this at this point, but Mr. Smith did give the Smith School $13 million, and he wanted to look really nice, and he had his ideas about landscape. And, the university can't say no to stuff like that. He paid for all the brick. And what he actually paid, I think he set up an endowment, to have guys actually take care of Mayor Mall and its landscape. So it's thriving. So we can't complain. Kept the diagrams. This is another one of, by the way, these drawings, this is all built. Being responsible for facilities, making these drawings, providing this stuff. Okay, another project. So we did things in a whole bunch of different ways. Sometimes it was charrettes, sometimes it was student studio projects, whatever. One of the things we first did was Brian and I did a study of comparative college towns. 1991. 4 years later, I'm talking to Vice President of Administration. We're very frustrated about slow development in College Park. The whole area across Route 1 is a big service area. And we kind of looked at each other and said, why don't we think about making a College Park over there? And he said, great idea. And I said, how about giving me some money to invite some people to do studios? We'll do a studio project on this. We've got some terrific urban design guys, John Torrey from Torrey Gallas, Brian Shea from Cooper Robertson, Steve Peterson from Peterson Lindenberg. We had 4 groups. I did one, they each did one. We did these 4 schemes. We presented them to the presidents and the vice presidents in the gallery here in the school. Dan Moat was the president by this time. The students made the presentation. Students made the presentation. They get done, and Dan Moat looks one way up and down the line of vice presidents and lawyers and whatnot, and he says, we have to do this. The next thing you know, it's part of the master plan. Are they doing it this well? Well, no, maybe not. But it kicked this whole thing off. You then run into a situation where provosts change, presidents change, so on and so forth. Vice presidents for administrations change, whatever. They put it all in the hands of the developer. They actually made, in terms of the basic plan, it's a really good plan. This was Folger Pratt Argo, 2008. 2008. What happened in 2008? Economy went to hell. Didn't happen. So it's, kind of staggered on, since then. But the point is the power of what you as students can in fact do, the extent to which you can impact something really big, like a university. It allowed for Bill's group to make drawings like this to provide the next group of architects, with information about the same kind of connectivity we were trying to make, only somewhat more complex. Several years later, think it was because the Purple Line was going to be coming through. Several years later, Matt Bell did another studio, and again they did 4 different schemes and presented those schemes, which looked like these, looking at different, slightly different routes for the Purple Line coming through, which you really can't see very well. But you get the sort of general idea about this. Thematically, what's woven all the way through here, all this stuff, has to do with the idea of the context, the idea of placemaking, you know, the idea of this kind of hierarchy between buildings, the space building, so on and so forth. That fundamental idea that I know I was trying to get to as a student in architecture school and couldn't find it. You know, finally found it at Cornell in the graduate program. And as Antonio Latini said to me, I don't know, a couple of months, sometime when he was last spring, when we were working on the book. And he's telling me something I should be doing about, you know, contextualism or whatever. And I've never pushed this theory very hard myself, and I kind of look at him like, what are you kidding me? You know, and he says, it's been your whole life. He says to me, oh yeah, I guess he's right. You know, it's been my whole life. You know, how about that? So anyway, in conclusion, sometimes things work out really well, like this gateway we got to do that looks into the Chapel Tower when they were doing the South Commons dorms, which is part of what came out of the study that Matt, you were involved with, Matt. And what a great pathway, you know, that makes, an entrance to the campus. And you might think here metaphorically about your life path and all the paths in life that we've seen today and the opportunity that architecture presents to you. And even though lots of times what you feel like in a studio is that you're colliding, your ideas are colliding with this stuff you're supposed to be learning and what the teachers are trying to teach you and all this kind of stuff, you know, suck it up, learn all that good stuff, you know, and keep your idea, you know, keep going, you'll get there. You know, it's great preparation for architecture, for urban design, for life. Hang in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, take the mic off.